landlubbers. It's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. Hi, hello, and welcome. It's another stream. It's wet here. You could get wet down here in Florida. Is currently storming. A moment ago, we had like a reasonably close sounding thunder. Hopefully, this not getting very close. Sometimes I worry about the big tree TM, but we're probably fine. I did express concerns on the Discord about the possibility of like a power and or internet outage because even though like it's not especially, I wouldn't say that it's like super heavy. Like when it started, it was heavy, but now it just kind of seems like it kind of just seems like at this point it's just sort of like steadily raining and not raining super hard. And it's not like windy or anything, but like we did like briefly lose powers. Spit level check. I assume that's a spite level check. I mean like pretty spite. So like we are hashtag spite gaming, which is we're refining this terminology as we go. We're playing Rise of the Golden Idol. I would transition over to it to just show you the title screen, but you know it's going to cause the game to crash because it runs like dog water, for reasons unbeknownst to me. But yeah, so some concern was raised mainly by Zacho, I think, between last night and today of like whether I had the fortitude to keep playing through the DLC, and no, we're good. So like at the end of the last stream, I'd been having like a really rough week and was emotionally drained by an idiotic event that happened the night before. And then was just like feeling super tired, and I like thought we had already reached the point where like I could like there's the thunder. I don't know if that comes through on the mic. Like I thought we were like at a point where like I had done all the things and we could like nicely wrap up the stream at a reasonable hour and I could go to bed, and then like it kept going like a little bit and it looked like a really small section, but then like at like the very end of that small section it was like, now you must place like 36 random images in the correct order twice, and I'm like, I ain't got time for that. It's like 1 in the morning and I'm mad. Like it's not happening. It might take us the entire stream, but we're going to do it. I want to see the DLC to the end. I mean, at this point, like we have to see how horrendous the pirate section is. Like you can't like have me already pay for the DLC and then like put pirates at the very end of it. Like it's perfectly primed for the ideal storytelling of just like it is going to suck. Like it's just like no matter how optimistic I try, and like I know you're gonna say like, Vasco, you immediately hate on everything. That's because they keep doing stuff bad, which earns valid criticism. Okay, it's not my fault that they keep doing a bad job with Rise of the Golden Idol. That isn't my fault. But like I maintain that I am trying to be optimistic with each new chapter. I'm like, okay, fresh approach, and then like it immediately sucks, and I'm like, well, it immediately sucks. But the pirates at least promise success, except they obviously don't. They're almost definitely going to be the worst part of the game. To be clear, I also feel it is 100% justified. I appreciate you clarifying that, because sometimes I feel like chat doesn't comment on it, which makes me feel like I'm just like an angry man alone in this room with like people like quietly taking notes to like send to their therapist, like, how do I avoid being this guy? Which transitions really nicely to the topic I wanted to touch on briefly. It is June 27th, 2026, which means that it is the last stream of June. Happy Pride Month. I wanted to take this opportunity, and I'm trying to make it a more regular part of the stream, I think. I wanted to celebrate some accomplishments. So people here in chat and anyone watching this YouTube video, like, leave word on something that you did good. It does not have to be big. It could be super small. Let me give you a perfect example. I got 3. I'm trying to be optimistic. I'm not super good at it, but we're gonna do it. So first off, super small. I wrote notes so I would remember the 3 things I wanted to touch on. The first one I just wrote as did not eat all the Twix. For context, since like maybe late last year, I keep buying these like fancy salted caramel Twix because they keep putting them on sale at the local Walgreens, so I keep buying them. And they come in like a 4-pack, which is like too many Twix to eat. And like normally I just do it anyway. I'm like, I'm just gonna eat all the Twix. And then I'm usually like, I ate too many Twix. And like today I was like, I'm gonna get like a Ziploc bag and put half the Twix in there for later. And I did. I didn't eat all the Twix and I didn't make myself feel sick. Man, I'd have eaten all the Twix. I've done it like 42 times and I always feel sick. And this time I put 2 in a bag and I feel so smart. I feel way more smart than is justified by not simply eating all the Twix. Another one from earlier today. It's exciting to me. You all probably don't care. Today I made it to Master Ball rank 4 with my Pokemon Champions team. Basically, Pokemon Champions has like a Pokeball rating system to sort of demonstrate how well you're doing competitively. Pokeball is like the basic Pokeball. It's everyone gets reset there at the beginning of every season. It's just like anyone gets there. Then that escalates to like Great Ball and Ultra Ball, and then like Master Ball is the top set of 4 ranks. 4 being the lowest, so me getting to Master Ball 4 is not like super high achievement. Like a lot of people say that if you just like play long enough, you'll get to Master Ball 4. And to be clear, they're kind of correct about that. If you have like a baseline knowledge of the game and you like play a bunch, you'll probably get there, but you have to be kind of dedicated and you kind of have to know what's going on. But like I don't actually play that often. I play like 1 to 2 games a day on average. So like it's actually kind of difficult with the amount of time that I spend playing the game to like achieve that rank. And I was able to do so because I'm currently on like a 10-game win streak, which is like, I think my previous high was like 6, which feels huge. Like it's really, there's so many like random elements to Pokemon games that like it's not at all guaranteed, even if you're like super good at the game, that you'll get like win streaks. And I'm on like 10, and I built my entire current team around Skeledirge, the ghost crocodile, because someone suggested it would be like a really good counter to this thing that's really popular that a lot of people are playing. And I've literally never once played the thing that it's supposed to be good against. Like I had to design a whole team to support this guy whose whole purpose was to beat something I've never played against. And somehow it's just working like unbelievably well. To the point that like the last like 5 games I played, like I got like insanely unlucky, like at least once per game. Like, you know, like a super low chance of like missing or paralysis or something, which like is normally enough to turn the tide of a close game. And I still won like 10 in a row. I have no idea what's going on. Every game I boot up, I expect to immediately lose. But like just the fact that I got to Master Ball, to me, that's exciting. You get like some like bonus resources for the next season, which is great. I love it. And also I got to play that crocodile bunch. I love him. Lastly, and this one's important to me, did not become overwhelmed by the incident on Thursday. I talked about this on stream yesterday, but like I had like an emotionally like distressing incident going to the store, and like someone like treating me like a complete jerk for like absolutely no reason. And it was just like super upsetting to me because like I feel like people tend to treat me with disrespect even though like I do nothing but try to like be nice and positive, and like people always be treating me nasty and I like don't know why. And like something about the fact that this time it like came across like this person just like chose to hate me for no reason like really upset me. But like I'm like doing okay. I'm pretty sure I'm like past it. Not that it's like cool that that happened or that like I won't ever get upset by someone doing that again, but just the fact that like, you know, that it, like I feel like it shows a lot of personal growth for a guy like me who has depression related issues and like used to like get affected by those things and like not even understand like why I was upset. And like now I both can identify like what it was that like made me upset and like not necessarily like succumb to the influence of that. So like that is a big deal for me. So like yesterday I was still kind of like on the verge, and by this point today I'm like I think we're good. Okay, I want to see. Welcome, Sarah. I've encouraged everyone to share victories and accomplishments, no matter how small or large. They can be either. It's fine. They can be both. Where did June go? I don't know, man. Probably to like Gay Key West, the gay celebration I was talking about that they talk about on Pride Radio. Like for weeks they were like, come to like Gay Key West, and then that happened at like the start of June, and then since then they're like, come to like women's only Key West. It's like I'm pretty sure that one's gay too. They're just not calling it lesbian Key West. I don't know why. Um, Zyga also said, if I simply eat all the Twix, I will be happy and my body will not feel bad. My body, triple Vasco curse. Yep, yeah. That's me every time because I'm always just like, you know what I could go for is all the Twix. And then I eat them. I'm like, why did I eat all the Twix? It's a big deal. That one should said accomplish moving prep. That's a huge deal. Like it's such a psychological toll to do moving prep on like any scale. It sucks. I remember like how awful it was to do all the like minute moving prep from my like North Hollywood apartment to here. I hated it. I made it seem even more difficult than it was. It was awful. And we've sold like 1/3 of the garage's content. Oh, that's exciting. I hope that you are able to put the new financial resource to something fun and exciting. Okay, thank you for distributing rocks. My mom also similarly was offering condolences when we went and saw Disclosure Day today, and when we were driving there, my mom was like, "If we're ever in that store together, you point that lady out, and I'll figure something out or something like that." There's a lesbian Key West. It's a little subtextual compared to the like very overt gay Key West, but there's like they keep talking about the like it's women's Key West and it's on the gay radio station and it's all women. I'm like, I think it's lesbian Key West. I'm pretty sure it's lesbian Key West. But the thing that I think is really funny about this, I did mention this yesterday, is that like they like advertise like gay Key West. They're like gay Key West for Memorial Day. It's like Memorial Day weekend, so it's like the start of the summer. And then like women's Key West is like Labor Day. It's like you bookend the summer with gay, which I feel like should just be the slogan for something, right? Zach said accomplish painting a few little dudes. Accomplish that most weeks, so it feels less like an accomplishment and more like a normal thing. But see, that's why we do this, right? It's like it's so easy to forget the accomplishments and the scale of them. So like it's good to reflect on these things. I'm sorry your head hurts, Cotillion. But Key West was already gay. I mean, like again, like it's the lesbian Key West is like women's own. Like I don't know if like if gay people of like opposite genders like have an arrangement where it's like all the gay men are gonna leave so it can be women's lesbian Key West. I don't know. I heard not good things about Disclosure Day. I'll say this: I think my mom and I were on the same page about this Disclosure Day. Uh, we both enjoyed seeing it. I had fun watching it. My main criticism of it, and I have a few, but my main criticism is simply like I think that movie has a lot of good ideas that it fails to capitalize on fully. Like it's kind of worth the watch to see the stuff that they did cool, but like it's disappointing that the cool stuff isn't more of a focus and that there isn't more of it. Mom said she's jogged 4.2 miles each weekday. That's awesome. My mom and I are on like a similar workout routine that we've like occasionally compared notes about. I've also been trying to keep up with my workout routine. I'm gonna be honest, not on the victories list, but a thing that's true about this week is that they were advertising that like you could get like discount Little Caesars pizzas through like Amazon Prime Day following some like shenanigans. And like I was kind of planning on getting like one because I was like there's like something that I like normally use to like uh fill out my like meal plan for the week that like wasn't at the grocery store, and I was like I'll just get like a discount pizza. And then like my mom like sort of jokingly said when I mentioned that like you should just get like two pizzas, and I was like, well, they prohibit you from redeeming two at the same time. But then later I was like, but you could do two on two different days. There's no rule that says a dog can't play basketball. And so I did. I just went to the Little Caesars on two separate days and got two separate pizzas and ate half a pizza over 4 different days. So like, I had to kind of offset that. I've been doing a lot of my workouts. That like that's not so much a victory. That's just a stupid story about buying too much pizza. It was a pretty good time. They were both good pizzas. Um, it says your mom has jogged more in a week than I have in a decade. Yeah, Zagio, but consider the scooter time. Sarah says saw Comedy of Errors at my local Shakespearean theater today. That's pretty rad. I haven't checked in a while. When we first moved here, we went to a couple plays at there's like a theater that's like pretty darn close to like where my mom and I live. And we've seen like a couple good plays there. There was one weird thing, and I think I might even have mentioned this on stream at the time, but we saw this like play called like Love Quest that had like Patrick Duffy in it. And like for some reason that play made fun of the concept of seeing a stage play of Frozen. Meanwhile, the other play that was going on at that theater at that time was Frozen. I'm like, did someone like start a fight at the theater? Like, I don't understand. Yeah, I think that's valid. My mom says she enjoyed Disclosure Day but wanted more. I think that's a really succinct summary of Disclosure Day. It's funny, like I turned on like YouTube like when I got home, and like the first video it recommended me was the George Ryan like movie pitch for Disclosure Day, and it's honestly pretty spot on, but of course it's like full of spoilers. Thinking about getting Dairy Queen in a minute. Only had a single taco for lunch. If you only had a single taco, then you definitely need Dairy Queen for sure. Like how else will you get the electrolytes that your body craves? Um, so it says I quote walked 2.5 miles today and I'm wiped out. Doing that twice every day might kill me. Yeah, but continue. You also told me that you like played a whole sport today. You're like discounting the whole sport you played. The last time I played a sport? No, NA, N/A. Patrick Duffy, like the Patrick Duffy from Dallas. Yeah, I was like 6 feet away from him. We got like front row seats to it. He was like right there. Um, It was good. It was a good show. I like that show. Love Quest was a lot of fun. They had a really quirky incorporated element where like there are like um just like flat screen TVs like mounted kind of like on either side of the stage, not like over the stage, but like kind of like just like beyond the stage, like adjacent to the front row. And I think that they like primarily use those for like local advertisers and stuff who help support the shows, things like that. But when they were like, changing up scenery between scenes or whatever, like they put up these like fake dating profiles because like the Love Quest is all about like this dating app. And they put some really cheeky stuff up there. It was a really clever idea to like distract you from like stage crew stuff and like add an extra level to the show. It was a good show. When he being his like 80s now, I don't know exactly how old he is, but like yeah, definitely. Um, didn't know he was still alive. How did perish the thought, Zacula? He is a certified Hallmark dad. He is the Hallmark dad in one of my all-time favorite Hallmark movies. Um, Both chats have now mentioned that burger at the same. Which burger? The stink burger? Seriously, speaking of DQ, I have to go get the new Mexican hot chocolate blizzard. Did that start this weekend? I know it's supposed to start like soon. I don't know. At least the local Dairy Queens are weird about it. I feel like the turnover on like new blizzards is supposed to happen at the start of the month, and like ours is always like plus or minus like 4 days for some reason. It's one of the reasons why on Thursday I ended up going to get a blizzard. For one, I had that distressing psychological incident, and I was like, I only manage my emotions with ice cream, and I will purchase some. But also, I had the impression that they were going to phase out the donut one soon, so I bought an extra large donut blizzard to leave in the freezer and eat over like 3 to 4 days, depending on how good I am tomorrow. And I'm gonna spare you speculation. It's probably gonna be 3 total days of blizzard. That's right. I couldn't remember her name, but Linda Pearl was also in it as his love interest. They were both excellent. Has he done a lot of Hallmark movies? I don't think he's done a lot. I think he's done like maybe like somewhere between like 2 and 5 Hallmark movies. But like I don't know. He's really good in I want to. I think it's called Mistletoe Secret. I always get confused because there's this concept in the movie of the mistletoe man. It's this like Christmas fairy tale thing that I really think the movie should have been named after. But I think the technical title of the movie is The Mistletoe Secret. And it has like one of the best Hallmark male leads in it as well. Stacked cast. And it has like my favorite like Hallmark movie joke in it. It's very good. 5 Hallmark movies seems like a lot. I mean, it depends on your frame of reference. I mean, like there are for sure actors and actresses who do like one per year over like more than a decade. I think in reality he's probably done about 3, but it's possible that he's done some older ones I'm not thinking of. But like, you know, the whole like holiday movie industrial complex is just, it's a whole complicated thing in and of itself. Any other, I mean, you can bring them up throughout the stream. But if anyone else has any victories that they want to celebrate, I encourage you to mention them. And to everyone who has shared, I appreciate you, being open and including everyone. How great. Okay, now I'm going to go and crash the video game by trying to play it at all. Are you all excited for this? It's time to play Rise of the Golden Idol. I think it's already crashing. It is already crashing. Yeah. Yeah, it do be like that. It really do be like that. Oh, you know what? You know what I haven't done in a while is like try to launch it using the like alternate exe, but like frankly that I don't think that actually has impacted the stability of it the way it was suggested in like the Steam forum post. I think that's placebo copium. Yeah, it's the developer who is the hex code for the color gray. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do this in the wrong order to make myself anxious. I think that's the right setting. That feels loud, but I'm pretty sure that's where that belongs. Okay. I've moved it to the correct monitor. I've remembered that the correct button is downloadable content. I'm clicking the Sins of New Wells. I don't think I remember how to get to the scene I'm supposed to go to. Might have to figure that out. Services got a new doctor I've been trying to get for like 3 years. Dude, that's awesome. Getting a doctor sucks. I still haven't done it here and I hate it. Incidentally, this segment is called Unraveling, which is, well, it's a mood for me. I'll say that. It says, if I was in a Hallmark movie, do you think I'd be the big city boyfriend who gets left for a small town guy in a flannel shirt? Or would I be the small town guy in a flannel shirt? Based on what I know about you, Zacula, I feel like you're small town guy coded. By which I mean, like, you're not... Like, the big city boyfriend is, like... He's, like, super focused on his job and, like, doesn't care about other people and stuff like that. Like, if we're talking, like, the traditional big city, small town dichotomy, I just, like... I think you're, like, too... Like... normally socialized to like be that guy who sucks. Also, the big city boyfriend always sucks in the like normal version. Okay, I'm unraveling. We're unraveling. I'm not gonna listen. Here's the recap. The recap is that these police investigated like this gang and like none of what happened made sense, and then it devolved into this absolute lunacy. No, you know what? I'll show you the lunacy. It's this one. This is your recap. If you're like Vasco, I missed exactly yesterday's stream. Like, I'm like, I got you covered, fam. Here you go. Here it is. Here's yesterday's stream. Looks like this. Any questions? Probably not going to answer them because they're all right here on the screen. But the important bit, you could, wow, there's not one, but there's two questionably shaped holes, huh? There's one through the back of this building, but then there's the one we noticed in the back of this building. So many questions. How can you possibly have any questions, Katina? I feel like you're teasing me. But so, like, we kind of looked at everything, and it seems like the only thing to do here is to decipher the memories of these two individuals. The one thing I can recap is that the gangster thug criminals somehow managed to, like, develop with, like, a part of a busted golden idol, like, a new ability, which is to, like, use sound waves to scramble someone's memories, which they could amplify to, like, 3 tiers, and the third one, like, messes your whole life up forever. Can you give me a recap of what's happening in this game? Not the DLC, but the game taken as a whole, including the DLC. I'm for sure not doing that. Because, like, here's the thing, and I'm, like, not even trying to be glib, and I think you are actually teasing me at this point, and it's fine either way. But, like, here's, like, honest to God the thing, is that the storytelling in this game is so genuinely horrendous. Like, I promise I'm not trying to be mean to the game, but, like, this game has, like, a really awful tendency to, like, introduce, like, way too many characters in each scene, and then have, like, most of them not matter at all. Like, the first game included, like, a lot of characters on average, but, like, most of them contributed something to, like, something meaningful to that story. Like, if there's a butler, the butler is, like, part of a scheme, and he has a note on him, and the note tells you something important about what's going on. In this game, there's, like, a bunch of, like, looky-loos standing around who give you, like, half of one fact and, like, never appear again in anything, but you have to, like, learn their name and their social security number, and it just doesn't matter. Like, there's just, like, a profound difference in the design philosophy of the puzzles and the storytelling between the two games. And like, the more I play of this game, the wider the divide gets. So, like, there's just no point. Like, literally, I got kind of upset at the end of last night's stream because, like, I had to solve this, like, meaningless puzzle where it's, like, the leader of this gang, like, talked to the mayor and, like, lied to them and said something about the other gang and put them in a good position until they, like, tape recorded some meetings about drugs, and now the mayor is mad. But then, like, magically, the gang figured out how to scramble people's brains with sound waves. And it's just like, I literally don't care about a single character that you've introduced in this story. Like, they've all appeared in, like, 1.5 scenes, and I don't care about any of them. Like, in the last game, there were characters who, like, reappeared in scenes over time, and you would sort of understand what their goals were. And, like, you were interested to see, like, whether they would succeed or fail. And, like, they just keep introducing new stuff, and I don't care. Somehow Palpatine returns. Acula understands. He's been here for most of this. You don't have to try to be mean to the game. It does a lot of the heavy lifting for that on its own. So true. So there, that's your recap. Have fun, buddy. Now, here's the part, listen, I already showed you this, right? You understand this makes sense to you, right? But here's the other thing. If you didn't understand that, behold the viewing globe. At the end of yesterday's stream, it was casually like, I looked in this guy's head and he's like, look, it's a bunch of jumbled up photos that, like, symbolically represent things that happened when you weren't looking at the story, but are all depicted as a fairy tale full of Liger men. So, like, I was just, it was like 1 in the morning, I was just like, no shot, buddy. Absolutely not. Go to bed. That's directed both to myself and to you. This is my favorite panel, where the, like, butch-looking princess is thinking about a thumbs up to an implied speech bubble of this guy cutting the Monkey King's head off. This is the best one. It seems like that's probably early in the story, huh? This is also really good, though. This man, like, unlocking a horse. Like, that's really good. So Princess Butch locked up our dude. It feels like that happened. It feels like this is, like, the start of the story, and this is, like, the end of the story, right? Like, he got betrayed. And presumably the Butch Queen is, like, the drug kingpin lady. It says Lagerman is what my friends and I were called in college. Don't ask why, please. I mean, I won't because you asked nicely, but I will point out that if you hadn't said that, I wouldn't have had the ability to ask, you know? So when does this guy get the okay, listen. Listen, we're gonna go by vibes, right? For some inexplicable reason, right? And I'll give you some context for this in a moment. For some reason in this memory panel, this guy thinking about meat while riding a horse is locked in place. I didn't put that there. The game just gave me that as like a bingo free space. Now contrast that to this. Because if you thought there was just one of those weird things, you were wrong. That's simply untrue. There's two of them. And this one is somehow like a lot more confusing to look at. But this one doesn't get a freebie locked in place, and I have no idea why. So I'm gonna go by vibes and say that this story, like, begins with this guy agreeing to kill the Monkey King. Which I guess is actually the Monkey Queen, because it's probably, like, the mayor. And then, like, in the end, he gets betrayed because he gets arrested. That might be in the middle because, like, he's having an altercation with the police. So... Was this guy involved? I feel like some of these panels are implying the stuff that happened at the TV station in the end of the main game story, which is, like, really confusing. Sarah says, thinking about meat is unshakable, which Zacula says, me in gay Key West. That got me really good. Thinking about meat while riding a horse, a true American Tuesday. That's true. That's very real. Man, this guy got a rough go of it, huh? Whatever happened to this guy? Oh man, the Ligerman killed the horse, huh? What's in the bag? Oh, it's more meat. That's interesting. So, like... Okay, now it sounds like it's raining really hard, so we do have to be worried about the internet or whatever. These panels are like the inner workings of a disturbed mind. I mean, they literally are, in more ways than one. One, because both these characters' brains have been scrambled by a brain scrambling ray, and two, because the guy whose brain we're looking at now is like the evil warlord who overwrote like a professor from the current day, also in the main story of the game. That guy is using sword wrong. It doesn't chop down trees. I think that's a skill issue. I mean, Zoro from One Piece could definitely cut down a tree with a sword. He learned how to cut steel. It's like a plot point. Why are there ninjas? Why any of this? So... Okay, hear me out. No, wait, he has to get the horse first, right? It's all so confusing. Yeah, he has to get the horse first. I don't really know. I don't really know. You don't use sword on trees in Minecraft, though? Like, you can. It's not efficient. Doesn't it still give you wood if you do that? So, like... This feels like a series, doesn't it? Let's ignore this for a second. But, like... Dude sees the thing get loaded into the car. He follows the car. The car parks at the castle. And they bring it inside. And then the ninjas come. Yeah, this is definitely about the TV station. Because the people who came in with the pepper spray were dressed as ninjas. And then they go inside and they push it out. So, like, that's, like, what happened there. And then... I guess he just... Oh, yeah, I think it was implied he was, like, driving by, right? Okay, no, I actually think I think I'm actually. Oh my god, I actually think I'm understanding what's going on, and it's upsetting to think. Oh, like, hey, look at how cool this is. If I drag this panel with the ninjas over the very similar looking panel, it almost looks like it animates. Look how hard I'm trying to give the game credit. Do you see me trying? So this probably happens later, actually. But I think this is like a sequence. Yeah, and then I assume that just, like, he gets hungry. I mean, I guess I'm gonna put the... unlock the horse before this? So he steals the food, and the Ligermen shoot out his tire and then try to fight him. I don't know when he gets the sword. When does he get the sword? So that's like also part of the chase, right? Because that's when he cut down the water tower. The tree is the water tower? I'm not like 100% who the goblin is, to be honest. Oh, I guess he gives the key? And actually, I'm thinking... It's weird that I can't move this. I mean, obviously he has to have the sword first. I mean, he doesn't use the sword. There's, like, I don't feel like anything can go here, and multiple things need to go here, huh? Am I crazy? Like, what could go early? So, like... It doesn't seem like he could go to get the chicken before he thinks about meat while riding a horse, right? And the horse can't get shot. Like, none of the Ligermen can appear in the story until after this panel either, then. Like, that has to go there. I'm gonna try something. Yeah, you like, it's just locked in place. What panel? How? Red hands. Zoro can cut like a million trees and solo King, but can't manage Rob Lucci. Well, Rob Lucci had a glow up, kind of. But, like, definitely not enough to match Luffy again for, like, maximum comedic effect. They clown on Rob Lucci so hard. It's so funny, actually. I'm so confused by this because, like, I feel like I understand the timeline and it just doesn't fit in the panels given. Ah, Cotillions in on the joke too. That's very exciting. Isn't it nice to be in on the joke, Cotillion? Don't you enjoy the joke? So this is him subduing the guard, right? And he gets... So he has to be on the horse by the time he gets the sword. But doesn't he, like... Okay, I'm gonna try an educated guess here. And I'll explain why once I've moved these panels. We have, like, a white corner of a building, which seems like it could correspond to the alleged castle wall. So I'm gonna try putting that, like... Okay. That doesn't make sense to me, but it is correct. Like, I made an educated guess that panned out, but my understanding of, like, what the sword suggests means it should either be, like, at the beginning before the horse, being like the thing that this guy took out of the museum case, the like dissolver or whatever, or like around this point, because like this is those guys had weird alien weapons too or something. Zach says, after the episode where Luffy absolutely embarrasses Lucci, my sister texted me someone called pizza for animal abuse. Nice. Fair. I'm glad that they brought back, I don't remember the guy's name. I love the giraffe guy. The giraffe guy is like one of my favorite, just like random like side characters in One Piece. Chatiller's welcome. Definitely didn't make sense that you needed to put the horse before the cart. That's so true. Okay, hold on. After blank the blank, blank followed the blank to the blank blank. He blank its last working blank to create the blank. When he was blank by the blank, blank offered to blank blank by turning blank into a more blank blank. This, can we talk about this though? Is that like, in order to like arrange this, I wouldn't say you necessarily like need to know exactly what it's referring to, but like by the time you're done with this, you should probably have some sense of like what game events this is referencing. So to be clear, this is like his first memory after being overwritten onto the professor, is like beating up the security guard, and he takes his keys and he gets the scooter or the motorcycle or the Vespa or whatever. And then he sees the whole scheme unfold from like the last case of the main game, where they like move the stupid idol that's like dressed up like a guy, and he like follows it and sees it get delivered into the building, and the ninjas come and they push it out. And then I'm like genuinely, oh, okay. No, I get it. I understand now. This is supposed to depict the semi-circular idol casing, but like because it looks like a treasure chest instead, I was like interpreting it differently. They like kind of changed the shape of it in a way that made me stop thinking of it. So the sword in this case is the remains of the busted idol that fell out of the building. And then we just like skip a whole bunch of nonsense and he thinks about food, and I guess that's why we had to hard code this, because it's like it just sort of like happens at some point off screen and it's important to place everything in order. But like, so you have to like get the big picture, and then they're like, okay, but like just spell it out for me. Explain it like you're 5 or something. I don't know. It's weird. So after escaping the asylum, I guess. I thought we were talking about the museum, but I guess we're implying that the asylum happened between the museum and now, which is unclear to me because I don't know when Echo What's-His-Face got caught for that to be true. After escaping the asylum, yeah, Secunda, Echo Secunda, followed the idol, I guess? It's probably the most accurate. To the TV station. He salvaged its last working parts to create the... I mean, was he calling it the disarray? I guess it was the disarranger even at that point, because he was like applying it to the physical matter to cause like the door particles to warp open and the tower to fall down or whatever. Can I change my name to Echo What's-His-Face? Yeah, you just have to like pay the government and like put it in a newspaper or something. Oh, I'm sorry. Jatiller says it was already taken. My bad. When he was captured by the stupid gang people. I guess that is the Czars? It doesn't feel like that's the right word, but it's the only one that really works. Hildegard. So here's the thing. In like one of the previous blurbs, weren't we calling this the Beauregard gang or something? Why are they the czars now? Hildegard offered to blank to help Hildegard by turning the Disarranger into a more powerful weapon. Okay, great. Memories 1, Part 2.
Yuma Cocohead.
Oh, we're trying to figure out what names are available. Let me see. Let me check my database real quick. I got a couple here just handy. One is...
That's Servine! It's gotta be!
Yeah, you could. There's a couple Pokemon names left. Apparently Servine's not that popular.
Skinny McKinney!
Yeah, Skinny McKinney's not a popular name, so that one's available.
His name is Sutsugamushi.
Yeah, I don't think that's like a real name, so that one's not taken.
Internationally renowned recording star Conroy Bumpus.
Yeah, I think he lost his name in a freezer accident. That's a thing that can happen to you. Oh, and I got one more.
Mr. Featherly.
Yeah, Mr. Featherly. Because I think he changed his name to Philo Pennyworth, or the other way around. I honestly don't remember. So... mustache guy with pirate helmet. I mean, that's gotta be this guy because of the coloration of the thing and the helmet is the hood, yeah? His name froze off. Yeah, you gotta be careful. That can happen. That's a real thing, Cotillion.
Oh my no.
So, God, wow. Hey, Gay Key West, anyone? Anyone who's thinking about Gay Key West for the start of summer next year? I think it's a little like this, to be honest. So he's chasing the guy between the buildings. Probably like this.
I'll push it. Beep.
Going closer to there. Isn't that crazy? These panels are extremely similar. What's different? He's just raised the gun? No, he's also closer. He's moving toward the green thing. Is the green thing in the room with us now? Yeah, I think it's the mannequin. So, yeah, and the walls. Okay. So I think at least this part of the sequence is like they ran into this building from outside. They approached the mannequin. And then what? I'm thinking like... these feel like the last two panels of like the idol like exploding and messing with their heads or whatever. It's like I'll ask, what about John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt? His name apparently is my name too, which is fine, but whenever we go out, yeah, you know what? I meant to say something to you about that, Zacula, because like I hear people shouting that stuff all the way from up here, which like makes no sense. Like it makes no sense at all. Zardoz, you're right. He does have the sexy Zardoz bandolier going on. Has anyone in chat actually seen Zardoz? It's like one of the weirdest things that exists. So I think dude comes around the corner and gets like sucker punched by this guy. And then because that's the last time we see his hat, he knocks the hat off. He's got the gun sort of raised. And then... I get, it kind of looks like he's being shoved to the ground here. Yeah, the perspective on this is changing. I don't know if that's 100% right though. And then, yeah, it looks like he grabs the gun out of his hand here. and then like aims it. Yeah, and then like kerplow. Okay, great. That ended up not being as hard or time consuming as I expected, but also it was very... Oh, look at this. Look at that. Sean Connery vehicle? Yeah, the very same. I don't remember why. When I was like doing a shoot with SMBC Theater, like after we like wrapped the shoot for some reason, like Zach Wiener was just like, we should watch Zardoz. And I was like, what is Zardoz? And then like one of the crew members was like, oh, now we're definitely watching Zardoz. And then we did, and I was like, huh, Zardoz. Zach asks, is it mean of me to say that this is stupid? Can you clarify what that you think is stupid? But also, you know I'm probably going to back your play. After the arrest of blank blank, blank blank saw that blank blank had blanked into an abandoned blank. Blank blank followed blank blank but was blank. During the fight, blank blank and blank blank both lost their blank. Blank blank then took blank blank's blank and prepared to blank. Suddenly blank blank blanked the blank which blanked both of their blank. As his final act, blank blank took back his blank and blanked the blank. Took back his? That's a weird one. After the arrest, Hildegard Bauer. Roy Sampson saw that Echo Secunda had escaped into an abandoned store, I guess. Although ship is way more cool. Blank. Blank is your favorite, Zacula. Don't act like you don't love Blank. But what is Zardoz? Gosh, I wish I had the... I wrote like a really good like 2-sentence summary of what Zardoz is after I watched it and like posted it to Facebook at the time. But like Zardoz is, broadly speaking, Zardoz is like a weird dystopian sci-fi movie where like Sean Connery is the last man on Earth who can get an erection, and as a result he's really important and has superpowers. Like that's Zardoz. It was like a different time or whatever. So Roy Sampson followed Echo Secunda but was ambushed. That seems fair to say. Can't be a real movie. I swan to John. Look it up. I love the timing of Demolition saying AFK, as if he heard that description is like, oh snap, I better watch Zardoz right now. During the fight, this is a thing that bugs me that I think the first game also did a decent amount of, where like, they'll just keep, like, even though there's only 2 characters involved in this scene, they like have both of their names repeat like 7 times. Kind of like Why the Last Man, the movie, but superhero. Superhero's not quite right to say. I think in that infamous post that I mentioned, I like likened it closer to like a Jedi discovering the Force. Because like he doesn't like use the powers for good. He like uses the powers to like just kind of like change the political dynamics of the dystopian world. One of the first results is what seems to be a giant stone head floating in the air. Yeah, that's like the most famous things that people know about Zardoz is 1, Sean Connery's outfit, 2, the big floating head. And possibly 3, like the origin of the word Zardoz, which is so much stupider than you think it is. I'm not gonna spoil it, but like you can spoil it for yourself if you want. They both lost their earmuffs. Did that actually happen? They both had headphones. Is that what we're calling them? Yeah, I guess we're calling them earmuffs. Sure, close enough. Blank blank, that would be Echo Secunda, then took Roy Sampson's gun and prepared to hat. He prepared to... wait. Oh, there's a different set of blue words. Prepared to shoot. Suddenly, Roy Sampson activated the disarranger, which scrambled both of their memories. As his final act, blank took back his blank and blanked the blank. That's the bit I didn't gather. As his final act, blank took back the blank and blanked. I feel like this only goes up to this point, so I think I'm led to figure out this last bit. Am I a historian or history? Our escape, his weapon. Our hunger, my service. Against all odds, we rise not as conquerors, but as protectors of a galaxy that will remember this day forever. Nah, it ain't that serious, bro. That's where the jockstrap bandolier Sean Connery outfit is from? Correct, yes. Yeah, it's Zardoz. Zachula, I think you would enjoy watching Zardoz once. I don't think you would necessarily rewatch it, but I feel like you would appreciate watching it once, and it's unhinged, man. I honestly don't think I remember like half of the weird stuff going on in that movie. And there's a lot of it. But like the middle bits are like really funny. The end is like completely insane. In like a really specific way. It's just like a really bizarre way to choose to end your movie. And I say that as someone who just watched Honey Don't for the first time this week. Who's like it, and I don't. This isn't like a major spoiler. It's a minor spoiler. But I have also already told you that movie's story isn't good, and like you probably should only watch it if you're pretty dedicated to it. But like the main criticism I see of the movie Honey Don't is that people are like, wait, doesn't that mean that like a significant portion of what's going on doesn't matter at all? And the answer is yes. Do I even want to know what Honey Don't is? I mean, it's fine. It's a Margaret Qualley, Ethan Cohen movie. It's like she plays like a private detective who like someone like called her to like investigate something and didn't give her the details because they were planning to meet later. And then that person shows up dead under mysterious circumstances. And so she just starts like kind of looking into it and like not learning a lot of like critical information at first, and so it's kind of just like her going around being like an interesting character in a slice of life in a weird situation, and then suddenly it escalates and it gets weird. Love her. Yeah, no, like yeah, I mentioned I like accidentally did like a Margaret Qualley double feature with what's it called, The Substance, and like I think yesterday Demolition asked like, yeah, but like isn't it like worth like something horrible happening to like spawn a Margaret Qualley out of your back? And I was like, yeah, like probably. This seems worthwhile. Cause like, yeah, I mean, yeah, have you seen Margaret Qualley? Also, if you haven't seen Margaret Qualley in Sabrina Carpenter's house tour music video, you are legally required to do that. Okay? So, as his final act, blank took back his blank and blanked the blank. I mean, someone, like, smashed the idol, which I guess we're calling the disarranger now. Took back his... Do we think the gun is part of it? He took back the gun as his final act. Is that covered? Oh, it is. The other guy drops the gun and he grabs it in the last frame. I kind of just thought the explosion was like knocking it away, but no. So Roy Sampson, which is a good name, took back his gun. Roy Sampson saw the echoes of the gun escape to an abandoned. I mean, I think store is correct. The other options aren't very good. Thought Echo seconded but was ambushed. Ray Sampson and Echo both lost their... I feel like it's earmuffs. Echo seconded took Roy Sampson's gun and appeared to shoot. Suddenly, Roy Sampson activated the disarranger. Yeah. It definitely implies it was him and not the other guy. Scrambled both of their memories. As his final act, Roy Sampson took back his gun and destroyed the Disarranger. Chat, what's wrong? Chat, what's wrong? Chat, you've barely touched your existential dread. What's wrong? Are we saying someone else got arrested first? I feel like that's not true. Do I have another name? Benny the dog? Why is Benny the dog here? Moira Meredith. I think that's right. Is Roy Sampson supposed to be Echo Secunda because their brains are scrambled? You missed the thing yesterday, Sarah. So, like, the new iteration of the idol doesn't exchange personalities anymore. It, like, scrambles your own perception of your own memories. So, like, I don't think it's doing a name switcheroo. Also, it doesn't include, like, the name of the, like, professor before he got overwritten. So I don't think that's what we're doing. Incidentally, that is why we get these, like, weird, like, Liger collages, because, like, we're trying to sort out their memories through pictographs. I hate when we change the rules. Oh, Sarah, you must love this game then, by which I mean it changes the rules all the time and it's, like, not awesome. What doesn't the new golden idol that isn't actually gold do? The funny thing is that, like, it only ever, after the first game, it only ever does one thing at a time, but the things that it does are, like, increasingly insane. Activated the Disarranger. Scrambled both of their memories. I mean, yeah. Took back his gun and destroyed... Oh, shot. It wants shot. No? There was more than one. Or it like destroyed in one space is wrong. That's the only one that's wrong. That's interesting. Wait, what? What? That doesn't make sense to me. You should make a golden idol that solves wealth inequality. They should do that. Or a golden idol that makes perfect slushies. Ah, wait, they should definitely do that. One of those two, but one of those sounds more important than the other. I think that means you only have one wrong right now. I think so too. Actually, wait. No, that doesn't... this is very confusing to me. This suggests that only this blue space is wrong. Wait, is it the other way? No, he definitely activates it before he shoots it. God, that thunder is aggressive. It's possible it's okay with either shot or destroyed. There hasn't been a lot of that I've been aware of in this game. Because I've gotten hung up, like, a bunch of times with it, like, wanting a specific word when I have, like, a very similar functioning word that, like, it just doesn't like. I mean, it's definitely not the other guy shooting it. I don't know what's wrong here. It's something that for sure isn't. I mean, it's not remove. And, like, this isn't gangster. Oh, that's interesting. No, I think you're right. I think that proves that it likes either of those words, which is weird because again, like it just hasn't like done that very often. So, like, what one word is wrong? What was... I think ambush is the only one that works here, right? He wasn't destroyed or killed or escaped at that point. During the fight, they both lost their earmuffs. I feel like that's what we're saying. I think that's what the hat kind of depicts. Oh, and the visor, right? They're like protective gear. I think that's the earmuffs, because like that's the stuff that's supposed to protect you from the scrambling. Although again, I feel like that's not... Whatever, it's fine. Sekunda then took the gun and prepared to shoot. He prepared to talk. He was gonna try diplomacy. Any thoughts, anyone? I'm at a loss. This doesn't seem... And no, leave wouldn't be better there. Leave would not be better than escape, given the way the sentence is written. Samson followed Echo, but was ambushed, right? So like those don't swap during the fight. The earmuffs took Boy Samson's gun. I don't think it's earmuffs. I don't think it's microphone. He took his memories. He took his hat, like it's L.A. Noire. He took his job. Ooh, no way. I don't think any villain in this game is so nasty to took his job. There's no way they took his job. I don't think he took his threat and prepared to shoot. And that they lost their threat. Maybe activated is shot and shot is destroyed. I considered that, and I'll give that a shot just to be sure. But like, when I look at it, right, it looks like he's touching it with his hand here, and then when he gets the gun back, then he shoots it. So like, I agree with you that that sounds possible, but I don't think that's what it's depicting. It's really, really weird that that's still 2 or less wrong. That's really weird. I don't know what to make of that. Hi, Neko. How are you holding up in the heat? Neko, do you want to tell us of any of your victories or accomplishments? We were sharing them. It's the end of another month. Also, I extend that to you, Jatillers, who's joined us later. I didn't mention it before, though. We were doing it at the start of the stream. It's something I've been like doing more of this year. Trying to get people to acknowledge when they're doing a good job, even if they don't think about it all the time. Like I don't, ever. I mean, earmuffs couldn't be hat because earmuffs is plural, which fit, right? Like, there's some part of me that wants it to be hat, and I don't... And there was definitely a point where I had shot in both of these, and it didn't like that either. But, like, because it says it scrambled their memories, it shouldn't be, like, activated by us, right? Like, that doesn't make sense. God, this is the stuff that makes me crazy about this game compared to the other one. Like, the other one would just, like, make it concrete what happened, and then you have to, like, figure out... Try. I mean, I know hat's wrong. I know it's wrong. At least we know earmuffs is right, I guess. So that also tells us that now it doesn't like either of these, which means that shot is correct for the last one. And that before it's exactly this, huh? But that doesn't make any sense. Because what word goes here that's not active? You know what? Fine. He killed it. Stole? Oh, maybe stole. I'm shamelessly brute forcing this because I don't understand what it wants. But like clearly there's something else wrong. But that doesn't seem right because before it felt like the outcome had implied that these were the exact two that were wrong, were these two blue spaces. Blanked the disarranger and blanked the disarranger. We took his gun and prepared to leave. I mean, you tell me what you think. Like, that makes sense in the sentence, but if we look at the scenario, right? He grabs the gun, and then he, like, turns it around to aim it at Roy's perspective. It feels like the intention is to kill him, yeah? We destroyed the disarranger at the bottom. I mean, we've tried variation. I mean, we could try the brute force with destroyed in place is a thing we can do. But we did have destroyed and shot. We've had like we have tried it, yeah. Just doing that quickly. Did I miss one? I don't think so. I don't think this works. I don't think this is anything. How is it always two? How is it always two? I don't understand it. I don't understand the game at all. But like, this is the thing that bugs me, right? I was like trying to explain this yesterday, where like, I feel like I spend like a disproportionate amount of my time in Rise of the Golden Idol, like getting bogged down in like stupid semantics, where like, and I have, you know, I have this complaint about a lot of puzzle games, right? Is like, I think it is genuinely bad puzzle design to reach a point where like the player clearly understands what it is you want them to understand and achieve, and you make it difficult for the puzzle to become solved despite that. Like, it'd be one thing if like I had some glaring error here, and like legitimately, if you're seeing it, if you know what it is, like tell me what it is at this point. Like, that's fine. But like, I feel like we've covered the major bases of the ideas, trying like different combinations of words that are like technically correct. But I think we all understand that this is the events as they happened, more or less. So like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do as the player other than like sit here like an idiot staring at this and hoping for inspiration as to like what like moon logic is specifically dictated by this, or like brute force stuff. Like, that's, what else can I do? Like, if I was playing like Case of the Golden Idol, I could like go and like check facts and like learn things that would help me. But like, that's just not how this game is structured, like at all. Maybe it's Echo Samson. Like, which one though? Like, which even one? Because like, that's not how the disarranger works, right? It's not like they swap first names because they're both partially each other or something. In the third paragraph. Oh, dang, you're so right. God, that's annoying, but you're so right. Destroyed? I don't think it's that, though. It turns out that's not it either. Ah. There it is. Reshuffled so many things. Solve the unraveling scenario, complete Sins of New World. Okay, great. One down. I know Jatillers in particular knows this game well enough that, like, that was probably driving you crazy, huh? I'm trying out here. But, like, again, in some measure of defense for myself, if you didn't give both characters, like, names that at a glance look similar and then require me to just input them like 6 times for no value, it's much less likely for that user error to happen. You also have that happen with playing this game. I mean, I feel like they make it really easy for that to happen. It's certainly not the first time I've done it. And, like, it feels stupid when you finally catch that. But, like, it's frustrating because, like, again, like, you clearly know what's going on. And, like, you're so focused on, like, because the game, like, teaches you that, like, these things happen, right? That, like, you are correct, but, like, it wants some minute change. And so you, like, start messing with that stuff instead of, like, catching the, like, detail-oriented stuff. I don't know. After saving Mayor Meredith from having her memories disarranged by the Bowers, Roy chased down Secunda and the Disarranger. In order to take out both threats, Roy chose to sacrifice his own memories so that he could disarrange Secunda's. Then he took back his gun to destroy the Disarranger. She got arrested! What are you in for? I solved it. The rug tam made a sauce out of his gum chewer. Can't believe we have to work with this guy. I mean, I think we all know a dude like this, yeah? Hey, Roy Sampson is still the finest detective we have. If he says he solved it, then he solved it. Here it is, Rug Tam. The landlord did it, Lamau. So, like, do you think Roy Sampson is ever going to appear in the story again? Thank you for playing The Sins of New Wells. Okay, hold on. Patient file OT 1438. Auriel Toussaint. Assigned psychiatrist Dr. Adam Fisher. I have been seeing the patient for a few months now, and his progress has been interesting. On certain days, he retains his defiant attitude, while on others, he is far more amiable. Regardless, he persists in his strange perceptions of the world. The defiant Oriole speaks a form of Lemurian, although when I send transcripts to translators, they tell me it makes no sense. This seems to match my experience with the amiable Oriole. He speaks Albionian, at least to some degree. When asked to recount our sessions, he understands the question but relays events consistently out of order. See, this is confusing because this suggests that he got committed, like, after all those events, when, like, arranging his memoryscape. Well, no, it wasn't the memoryscape. It was the Mad Lib after suggested that he escaped from the asylum, which would be this, would it not? But, like, his memories wouldn't have been scrambled at that point. Like, I can understand the misunderstanding about the, like, ancient Lemurian, but, like, the Albionian, like, shouldn't cause stuff to be out of order unless he's already been, like, hit with the disassembler or whatever. And he uses strange terms. He refers to me as Snowman, perhaps due to my white coat. I have found recent success with Oriole by giving him access to a typewriter. He types out large passages in Albionian and Lemurian and is compiling them into a larger work. The amiable Oriole seems excited about what he is writing, describing it as wondrous crumbs from a devil. That doesn't sound great. If it can help him find happiness moving forward, I suppose I too will call it wondrous. Okay, we did it. One down. It's weird that doesn't take me back to this menu. Let's play the Lemurian Phoenix, which is legally distinct from the Lemurian Vampire. Is the blood gum chewer sauce now? Yeah, that guy got turned into jam in a serious way. Prepare for the strange saga of the Lemurian Phoenix, in which ancient prophecies, divine revelations, and royal decrees shape history. Now, this seems like it's an attempt to return to form, in a sense, the original game. I don't know. We'll see. You think they'll bring back my favorite character from the first game who definitely died like hundreds of years ago? Angus McBain? Well, this is certainly different. It's not TVs or whatever. It's mostly TVs for most of the game. Royal blood. Celebrations turn sour at Tikor Palace. Bury my shell at Wounded Knee. Your king loves you. Don't forget to tune in to 104.9 FM for His Majesty's Solstice speech on Monday. Goodbye, goodbye. Off we go, driver. What's this guy? He's like an obscure Spider-Man villain, like the Spot or something, yeah? Hate sour celebrations. Yeah, listen, if my constant talk of Dairy Queen hasn't made this clear to you, I'm definitely like a sweet celebration type. The old fart edited out all my best turns of phrase and replaced them with played-out cliches. My section's going to sound so pathetic. When I'm queen, I'll give the public something to tune in for. Morale. Yoshi, obviously. Definitely Yoshi coded, that's true. Give it a rest, sis. You've as much chance of wearing that crown as the sun does of rising in the west. I'm next, get over it. Well, well, well. Look who's dashing off as soon as their section's been recorded. Good riddance, then. More grub for many. Many, presumably this man, is invited. Dear Labop. That's the name, I guess. Dear Mr. Labop, you are cordially invited to attend the King's renowned summer solstice celebration at Tikor Palace. The festivities will run for 24 hours, commencing at 4 p.m. on Saturday with traditional dancing in the ballroom at both sunset and sunrise, and refreshments on the balcony throughout. Is it going to be that sick dancing that we decoded before? The, like, ancient code dancing? Also, I really hope that there's children somewhere in the story so that I can, like, title this YouTube segment Kids Labop. Naturally, His Majesty will be occupied in meetings with his various advisors, fine-tuning and recording the sections of his speech they have each written ahead of the national radio broadcast. However, his two charming children will be available to represent the family. Sincerely, Tikor Palace. It seems really weird for the speech to be pre-recorded in this way, and then to, like, make everyone aware of the fact it's been pre-recorded in this way. Okay, I think that's everything on this screen. Let's pants. Okay, painting. That's King Lutri Manzek, not Womanzek. That's a different one. I'm putting this guy down as Manny Labop, and I have no idea if that's right, but it's like probably true. Tiger says, now that you remind me of it, I do have to admit the dance code puzzle was actually pretty cool. It's definitely a highlight from this game. Like that, chapter 4 of this game is like actually solid. If the whole game was chapter 4, I'd be like, this is a decent or good sequel to the original. But most of the game is not chapter 4, it turns out. Manny Labop is a funny name. It is. It's very good. What about the rain dance code? We don't talk about the rain dance code because then you have to address the electric raspberry jam blood. Worked on so many levels. It's true, it did. However, you're punished forever. King's quarters, ballroom, balcony, king's cabinet, checkpoint, some buried treasure in the middle of that room for some reason. Prince's quarters, princess's quarters, exit. Another painting. This is King Lauren Manzek. Here's a guy. Becca, really? It's now well past my meeting time. Why can't you just let me in? He has a pamphlet? No, he has a card? Like a Hallmark card? Your Majesty, happy summer solstice. I hope you will enjoy this fine champagne. There's no champagne, just a card. That implies you should enjoy champagne. Oh god. Outside visitor protocol. Arrival. Mrs. Shabak will meet you at the outer gates. From there, she will take you through security and into the waiting hall. Next, when His Majesty is ready for you, he will call for Miss Shabak to let you into the cabinet. Departure. When His Majesty is finished with you, he will call for Miss Shabak to let you out. She will escort you either off the palace grounds if you are not attending the celebration, or back to the ballroom or balcony if you are. That's a lot. I'm level with you, that's a lot. Hold on. This lady is named Becca. Pretty sure she's Shabak. Please be patient. I'm only following the orders His Majesty gave me when his last meeting ended. He clearly stated that he will tell us when he is ready, and I am not to disturb him until then. Meetings. Princess Leva, High Guardian, Justice Minister. At midnight, Intelligence Director. In the morning, Prince Zarek, First Sentinel. Oh, the Sentinel's back! And the Propaganda Chief. That's questionable. Probably spent more money framing those paintings of his vanity and his predecessors than I'll earn all year. Hold on. This man is holding a loaded rifle with a bayonet attached? That's an interesting detail. Orders for Triscan Zeldorf. That isn't a real name. That's not it. I can make up names too. You're just saying sounds now. The Sentinel. The Sentinel was like a thing in like the later DLCs from the first game where like this ancient culture like had this like superstition or prophecy or legend about like an evil being that was like banished to this tower, and like someone had to like go up and like shout a spell at it, or it would like come out and eat the villagers. But like the evil was actually just like a golden idol attached to a statue. And, like, chanting the spell was just, like, a way to get it to, like, do pre-recorded commands remotely. Triscan Zeldorf way worse than Meni Labab. Agreed! The realest of names. You know that's not true, Cotillion. Never heard a name so real before. Why are you like this, chat? Okay, hold on. Orders for Triscan Zeldorf. Honestly, that sounds like a spell from Zatch Bell or something. Triscan Zeldorf! Guard cabinet door through solstice celebrations. No one is to enter or leave unless ushered by Miss S. No, that's too obvious. We'll call her B. Shabak. If ever you must leave your post for a bathroom break, ensure one of the other guards covers for you. Keep a close eye on the visitors in the waiting hall. Okay. And this... No, it's not more orders. Place gift here. Wait. I've looked at this security checkpoint for 5 seconds, and it's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. They're like, here's a metal detector to make sure that people don't smuggle weapons in. And then here's a place where we deliberately place things that we're going to give directly to royalty without checking them thoroughly. I'm sure nothing bad could come from this. You know what Sakula's like for always gaslighting you. Zeldorf sounds like a Zelda Ganondorf ship. Ooh, it does, and I hate that. Thanks, I hate it. Is changing his name to Triscan Zeldorf right now. I'm pretty sure that wasn't taken. It wasn't on my list. But now that I'm checking again, I see a few more names of names that aren't taken that you could change your name for in real life, including
the second runner-up in the Miss Teen Oklahoma pageant.
Yeah, no one placed this year, believe it or not. There was only one entrant. So, like, you could actually just, like, get that title by, like, filling out some forms, I think.
Susie Fire Boots.
Yeah, that's like a fictional...
is known as Terror.
I mean, I'm not sure if Terror is, like, a real designation in the real
Internet
world.
Wizard!
Yeah, for some reason, these ones are all titles. So I guess I guess maybe you could try to change your name to one of these. Terror might be a little too edgy. That's not my first concern about it, to be honest. Guys, I'm shocked to learn that the king died somehow. Well, he's not breathing.
Servine, it's gotta be.
That's Servine for the second time. So it's still available. No one's taken Servine in the last, like, 25 minutes. The trap door is unlocked. Hey, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that maybe we don't want, like, a trap door in this, like, sealed room that the royalty is left alone and unguarded. Like, possibly, maybe. Gonna officially change my name to not Tristan, Triscan. That's probably an autocorrect, but, like, you don't want to get it wrong, yeah. Sarah says, my name is Terror.
Mama, of course.
Well, that's true. No one is simply legally called Mama because of the implication. So my cell phone rejected Triscan. Yeah, I wonder why that is, Zacula. I wonder why that happened. Sarah said that her name is actually Terror, but her friends call her the Origami Killer. I bet the Origami Killer would have a great time in Key West. You know what I'm thinking? King Vanto Manza. I'm really intrigued by, like, how much I'm supposed to care about these paintings. King Orant Manzak. That is a human being, probably, and not, like, a bug in a skin suit. Hey, Arcadius, welcome to the stream. Let me look at the prize table. Oh, there's, like, a memory disc. That's troublesome. And, like, a Fabergé egg. And, like, a statue of a guy standing on a snake. And 2 different types of flowers. Oh, I guess 3. I guess these are also flowers. And like a Hypnotoad statue. And then a bottle of wine. Interesting. It sure feels to me like something here or something that was here contributed to his death, because that security checkpoint is just awful. See, now, on the one hand, I think I'm supposed to believe that this is like a reel-to-reel, like, audio tape recording setup. Maybe for security reasons, or maybe for Watergate reasons. But on the other hand, you try and convince me that this isn't a big nose and these are 2 big googly eyes, and this is like a mustache or like a non-expressive mouth. Like, this be a big face. Oh no, okay, it says, turns out my sound card is dying. I hate it. 'Tis a big face. Right? Let me read this note. Your Majesty, here is the section I prepared for your solstice speech. Resolve. The day Lemurians shy away from bold decisions, we are finished as a society. That is why the orders I have given recently do not disturb me. Until I tell you I am ready to end our struggle for unity, you must all embrace it. That sounds really chill. Can't imagine why anyone would have been upset about that. Okay, there's a trash dagger, and it looks like someone used it to spread some jelly for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, maybe? It's wrapped in, like, a really distinct cloth that's probably relevant to understanding something. Let me look out the window. It's locked from the inside. Music in here kind of sucks, huh? Am I gonna go back out? Well, I've actually found most of the stuff, huh? There's like one spot with one word. Anyone know where that's at? So no hotspot over there. None of these are question mark flagging. Oh, of course, the table! Stop asking about tables. I don't want to hear about tables. Okay, hold on. Names. We're doing names. So, all the royals are Manzex, yeah? Probably? I'm gonna pencil you all in as Manzex. This guy is... I'm pretty sure he's Triscan Zeldorf. Oh, not this guy. This guy. This guy is generic dignitary number 6. Why can't you just let me in? Is there something on his... He didn't sign it. Can't look closer at the champagne for like a note there. That man's name is Tiand Crumpets. No, it's not. Or maybe. I'm not remembering where a lot of these names came from. No name here. This is S. These instructions don't seem really helpful. Guard cabinet door. Through the solstice celebration, no one enters or leaves without her. If you leave your post, get one of the other guards to cover. Keep a close eye on visitors in the waiting hall. This rifle is loaded with a bayonet attached. So no guns or knives through the metal detector, but of course you can gift a gun or a knife or probably a bomb or something. Zacula says T-End Crumpets is what they call him at Gay Key West. I look forward to hearing Zacula referred to Gay Key West for like the entire rest of my life. It was really funny too, because all the gay QS stuff came from like the Pride like gay radio station that I listened to. Like they did have some guy who was like doing like live coverage from Gay Key West for like that whole week. And like it kind of just sounded like he was just like drinking the whole time and like didn't really just like it just like really didn't seem like he was covering what was going on. All was basically just like, yeah, everyone's still having a good time. Woo! It's just like the coverage of the event. So this guy is the killer, yeah? So he's not Manzek. So he's not Manzek. He's some other guy. The thing about Gay QS is that it's both very funny and rolls off the tongue. I completely agree. That's why I think I've said it 700 times during the stream alone. Rest. More grub for many. Mr. Labop. That guy's for sure Manny Labop. I mean, there's no two ways around it. Where did I get all of these name words from? Here, I guess? Yeah, okay, yeah, I understand. Yeah. Okay. Princess Leva. Prince Zarek. Probably not related to Ral Zarek, who, importantly, would love Gay Key West. He is the planeswalker most likely to enjoy Gay Key West, to my recollection. I don't believe there are any, unless I missed one of the recent ones, that is, like, established as openly gay. First Sentinel Propaganda Chief. High Guardian Justice Minister. So it's morning, I think. Has the event been going? Let's check something.
Did someone say birthday?
Speech on Monday. Did someone say birthday?
Ole!
That sounds like your dream job. Wait, which thing sounds like your dream job, Sarah? Like the concept of Gay Key West? Oh no, reporting gay QS. Being a drunk person at gay QS. Guys seem pretty happy about it, that's all I'll say. Oh, hold on. How are you framing those paintings of his vanity and his predecessors? Okay. Ah, okay. Small tree, large-ish tree, medium tree. Huh. It doesn't go all the way to there. This has to be the current guy. The current guy is Lutri Manzak. He's also dead. All of his jam came out. And the reason I say that is I'm looking at all his family portraits, and the tree gives you a chronology of which one is most recent. And this should be the tallest, right? Let's double check that, though. It's like way up to like almost touching the suns in the background. This one's a little bitty baby one. This one's like up to like the curve in the wall. Yeah, this one's not close at all. He's no longer the current guy, he's the previous guy. I mean, you're technically correct. This man is gay key lime. I don't... Is that name taken? Someone should get that name on Twitch. I've been in a chat recently where someone's username is literally DQ Blizzard, and I'm like, dang, some part of me is jealous of that. The soundtrack takes such a hard turn in that room. I know. It sucks in here. I think I observed earlier that this is a bad... Just, like, credit where it's due. This game does continue, like, largely having pretty good music. I don't know that I consistently like it as much as the last game, but, like, this room is bad. Oh, the knife is in the curtain. Is wrapped up in the curtain. So that knife. So, gang, that knife. Gang, do you think that the coloration of this knife matches this statue? Whose, like, hand is open as if it's holding something? You think that someone, like, came in here with this statue that had a knife in it and took it out and stabbed the guy? That you missed all the really real names and all the gay QS. That's true, you did miss all of that. DQ Blizzard is an awesome username. I know, it's everything you want. So I guess I'm supposed to figure out who is in the Yoshi costume by what time. So what do I think this guy's job is? It's well past my meeting time. I think that means... Someone has a schedule that's like... Doesn't someone have a schedule that, like... No, is it his invitation? Head of the national broadcast. The festivities run for 24 hours. During the festivities, His Majesty will be occupied in meetings with his advisors and recording the speech. So we are, like, in the midst of the celebration. What is this guy's job? Do you know this guy's job? I don't think so. But we know... We know that it is currently not evening or midnight. We also know that, like, the prince is here. I feel like the murderer is either the first sentinel or the propaganda chief. don't know how I'm supposed to narrow that down. No, it has to be the first Sentinel, right? Because the prince has already come and gone. And then, like, an intermediate meeting happened, but, like, never properly ended. Because he, like, pieced out through the escape tunnel and, like, pretended to be the king or whatever. And this guy is the propaganda chief. So what's the propaganda chief's name and what's the other guy's name? And also, because you missed a demolition, this guy's name is Tristan Zeldorf, which, like, no, it isn't. Is there something that would tell me the propaganda chief's name at all? Okay, so hang on. The checkpoint is here. The King's Cabinet. So we're looking at... The perspective we're looking at is like, we are here looking down. So the far end of the hallway is exit, and the royal quarters are on either side, and the King's Cabinet is over there. I feel like some part of this is supposed to be important, but it's not clear to me what or why. I mean, I guess maybe the direction is relevant? Oh, because of the placement of the sun? Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing here? So that would suggest that the sun... Oh my god, that's absolutely what we're doing here! Because the guy's like, it's more likely than the sun rising in the, like, that's so dumb. That's really stupid. It's, like, better than the moon thing from the last game, but it's so ridiculous. Yeah, the sun is in the east, so it's morning. Yeah, so it's definitely morning, but, like, yeah, it's fine. Should you just name them propaganda chief? That's actually a good question. You know what? I think technically, I don't know if it'll, like, accept that. But, like, yeah. Oh my god. Where are the names Vanto and Orant from? I mean, we could also arguably put First Sentinel in here. Well, I got that right. Good call on that, Katayan. I was, like, trying to deduce an actual name, not thinking that, like, occasionally they're just like, yeah, put a title in, it's fine. Music is so much better in this hallway than that cursed room. As blank blank blanked his blank, blank blank killed him with a blank from a blank. Afterwards, the killer blanked the body. Wow, that's dark. To escape, blank blank blanked the blank and blanket for blank blank, who then blanked the killer blank. Oh, Vanto and Orant are old kings. You're probably right. You're probably right. Blank blank killed him first. Sentinel. Like, what makes me crazy here is that, like, this is, like, clearly structured more like the last game, and I can so tell the difference. There's, like, it's so hard for me to articulate it, but, like, this is so much more like the last game than it is like the rest of Rise of the Golden Idol. Sarah posits, I don't think you should blank the body. It's rude and unsanitary. I agree. I mean, you saw my reaction. I was shocked that they blanked the body. Killed him with a... Why am I missing knife? Shouldn't it be like knife? Dagger, okay. Afterwards, the killer... What's the killer what? Really does suck in here. Afterwards, the killer... looted the body? He drank the body, like that one Futurama episode. Mood. Oh yeah, stabbed him at the tape recorder, and that's why the footprints are bloody? Probably. So as... God, Menilabop is a much better name than Triscan Zeldorf. It does have a ring to it, but it's also just such a fake name, you know? Tree Manzek. This got moved. Has he, like, recorded his speech? Speech? To escape. First Sentinel. I guess unlocked the trapdoor? Because it stipulates that that's a thing you have to do? And opened. What a dumb sentence. I still object to this less than most of Rise, but this is like a late Case of Golden Idol type sentence. Wait, opened it for blank, who then blanked the killer blank. What? What? Take that back. Wait, what am I taking back? Who then? Unlocked it and opened it. There's two people involved? I don't know that anything gave me a clear sense that more than one person was involved in this. I mean, the prince and princess are, like, accounted for. The killer... And then... Load... Probably followed the killer out. Seems most likely. Who's the... Who... Followed the killer out. Oh, is this why I need the floor plan? That doesn't really make sense, because the trapdoor is probably not on the map, huh? Could have gone in at the same time. Oh, wait a minute. That's interesting. That would be the prince, right? But what's your thing say about the procedure? His Majesty is ready for you. He will call her to let you in the cabinet. When he's finished with you, he will call Shabak to let you out. She will then escort you either off the grounds or back to the ballroom. Do we know enough? It seems like she would know. His Majesty... I'm only following the orders His Majesty gave me when his last meeting ended. He clearly stated he will tell us when he's ready, and I should not disturb him until then. I mean, I think that is just the most likely outcome. It's a little, I don't know, like aloof. What's his name? He's Ralzarek, the gay prince. No, really? That makes as much sense as anything I can think of. Other way around. Ooh, maybe the other way around. Oh, and then followed... Oh, and then followed the killer out. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Huh.
Did somebody say birthday?
Did somebody say birthday? You have to listen to it with the discordant music in the background.
Ole!
It's so spooky, isn't it? Is that superior? I mean, it feels like this has to be the order, right? Unlocked and opened it. It doesn't seem like it makes sense to be like open and unlock it, right? Is this a case where I put the wrong name in one of them? I don't think so. God, it sucks in here. Wait, hold on. Not only... That's wild. Wait, what? How many spaces are wrong? Snoopy Manzak recorded his speech. Killed him with a dagger from a statuette. And then the killer moved the body. Are just like all the names wrong? The trapdoor and opened it. And followed the killer out. I mean, that all seems likely. But, like, in order for both of those to be flagged as incorrect, it would mean that, like, both names are entirely incorrect, which doesn't... It doesn't feel like there's evidence that clarifies that. Maybe the prince killed him. Oh! You're right. I suppose if he's in there the whole time... Wait, is there... What does the speech bit say? Your Majesty, here's the section I prepared for your speech. The day Lemurians shy away from bold decisions, we are finished as a society. That is why the orders I gave recently do not disturb me until... Oh. Until I tell you I am ready to end our struggle for unity, you must all embrace it. Clearly stated he will tell us when he is ready, and I am not to disturb him until then. Oh my god, they did the Thunderbirds movie thing. They got him to record the speech and then edited it somehow on this reel-to-reel tape. Oh wait, we have like a close-up of like... Yeah, there's like scissors and I guess tape. Yeah, it's taped. It's taped up. They spliced it up. So that definitely suggests that someone who is writing the speech is in on it. Yeah, I think it's the prince. I think that's right. So and this person followed the killer out. So it would be really. Who are the people who wrote the speech? That is... I guess everyone on the invite list? These two charming children will be available to represent the family. Who's dashing off as soon as their section... Wait. Look who's been dashing off as soon as their section's been recorded. So this guy just is supposed to be the Sentinel. Like, he's not using the weird outfit to disguise himself, is the impression I had. So what does that tell me? Dang it. It's blizzard time. What blizzard are you going to get, Killian? What Dairy Queen blizzard are you going to get? I mean, it can't be the propaganda chief. So, like... What is it she says? Only following the orders His Majesty gave me when his last meeting ended. Yeah, it sounds to me like the meeting was with the prince. Dmitry Manzak recorded his speech. I think that's what it's going for, like, as opposed to, like, his speech being, like, the part that the prince wrote. I think it's, like, the guy giving the speech. He recorded his speech. Or is there... As he drank his speech, getting the M&M with chocolate ice cream. Ooh. Yeah, no, like I think we're all on the same page now that, like, if you look at the speech that's written, there's it aligns with what she says. She's like, he stated he will tell us when he's ready and I don't disturb him until then. And so someone edited the speech, but, like, it doesn't seem most likely to me. And to be clear, I already put in edited, recorded, and played in this blue spot, and it didn't change the needle on how many things it thinks are wrong. But because, like, Lutri is, like, the guy, and, like, editing the speech allows the murder to happen, like, I don't think he's the one doing the editing. But I'm not 100% sure. It could be, like, it could be played. Is there some way to know? All I can tell for sure is that this has been taped up and it's suspicious. Like, the editing appears to have happened. I don't know that by looking at this I'm immediately aware of what stage of that process we were in when the killing happened. He walked out the front door? I think the bottom part is about the editing. Oh. Who then... It might still be followed the killer out, huh? Not this one, the other guys. She escorts you. Yeah. No, I think you're right. What's vexing about that is that, like, I don't think I'd go down this entire path if they don't make the weirdly strong choice to be like, this trapdoor is unlocked. Which, like, makes me think that, like, that's... I mean, is the whole trapdoor a red herring? That's really irritating. But... doesn't that still leave a gap, though? Because if the prince was the one to do it, maybe you're right, but it's the first sentinel that did it. What exactly does she say? He will tell us when he is ready. So she isn't implying that she's expecting more than one person in there. So yeah. Alright, let's take another look at this then. This would be as he recorded the speech. The first sentinel killed him with the dagger from the statuette and moved the body. Then... the first sentinel edited the tape and played it for Becca Shabak. Yeah. We've more or less gotten there collectively, but that was a group effort. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you might be right. I maintain that, like, followed should be is escorted or something. Cause, like, the instructions say that, like, he will call you, and she will, I guess, calls her to let you out, and then she escorts you to one place or the other. Maybe calls. It does like let. I don't think let is the best fit there, but, like, it's close enough. Those instructions are for outside. Nah, dude, those instructions are, like, for sure, because, like, this guy is, like, at the same tier as the first sentinel. Those instructions are for all. I mean, that was a spicy one, but, like, that's way. I mean, this is something I've been really struggling to articulate about Rise of the Golden Idol that I think, like, really sucks in comparison to Case of the Golden Idol. And I think this case juxtaposed against the last one, like, really illustrate the point if I haven't already made it. But, like, as difficult as that was, we were still able to keep, like, going back and looking at the things that every individual character was saying and, like, kept re-examining and learning and getting closer and closer to the truth. The Rise of the Golden Idol cases are mostly just written like, here's a pile of words, idiot. Shuffle, like, sort your salad to proceed. Like, you saw the scenario. First Sentinel was able to get the dagger past security because it formed part of his gift for the king, which, by the way, is, like, absolutely a plot point in a minimum of one Phoenix Wright case. Let's not worry about that. After killing the royal and moving the body, the first Sentinel hastily mopped up most of the blood with a curtain. Yeah, I kind of thought that was just blood from the knife, but, like, yeah, didn't do a great job of that. He then edited the recording of the king reading the speech segment he had written, so it said, "We are finished. Do not disturb me until I tell you I am ready." On hearing this over the speaker system, the usher escorted the killer out without suspecting anything. Guess what time it is? Adventure time? Is it adventure time, Zacula? Is it Triscan Zelfor time? Ash Intelligence Agency, declassified. Their symbol is like a buff turkey. Check out the buff turkey, fam. Ooh, is it tool time, Zacula? Monitoring Lemurian technological progress confidential. Background. Around 800 BC, High Guardian Trifal Ozal ordered the burning down of universities and libraries throughout Lemuria. His goal was to restrain technological advancement, which had spiraled out of control with Redacted. At the same time, the Lemurian Empire's various territories united under the current flag. To reflect this, they also adopted the following national motto. After the inferno, only one shall rise, bearing the mark of the universe. It's not a catchy slogan, I'll tell you that. Because of the information lost during this period, the modern population is largely ignorant of this history. Many believe the motto to be an ancient spiritual prophecy. That was a really janky apparition, but okay. The steroids and the meat go too far. Or is it just far enough? Is that the right amount of buff turkey? All I know is I didn't eat all the Twix, and I think that's really impressive. Eternity's End? Wait a minute. Wait, are we talking about the end of Eternity? Which is the Japanese title for Resonance of Fate? Are we doing a whole Golden Idol case about Resonance of Fate? That would be the greatest. Could anything be more confusing than trying to, like, write out any part of the plot of Resonance of Fate using the blank system from Rise of the Golden Idol? Like, can you imagine, like, a worse combination of, like, game mechanics than that? That game has a plot? Absolutely. Go watch my, like, 780p video that Tech and I did, Resonance Science Theater 3000. Where we watch all of the cutscenes of the game, and I did research to try and, like, patch the plot holes. I know you've seen it, Cotillion. If you're gonna bring it up, I'm gonna plug it, because I think it's one of the best things we've ever done collectively. It's, like, really high on that list. It was, like, that, the Return to the Past, Slay the Spire, April Fool's Day stream, getting the name game operating for the Halloween stream last year. God, what an unbelievable hassle that was. That took so much effort. Just thinking about that is stressful. Anyway, subtitle: A spiritual leader meets an unexpected fate. I hope it's a vampire albino child who subsists on wine or something. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go back here first. It's a dead goat. And the goat has a square-shaved goat. And then over here is a suitcase buried in the jungle. It's locked, but we have an x-ray view of it. It contains skincare, face cream, gin, unopened gin, and a diary or something. Method continued. 5. Start timer and observe effects. After test, clean equipment and water. Results: only took 7 minutes to reach stage 1, and another 15 for the full effect. Conclusion: the method works. Ready to proceed. Weird that I can't look at the previous page. It looks like a wealthy person in Flapper Society did this or something. Here's a monolith. The Waterfall Proclamations. December 4th, 1912. First Sentinels may not accept donations. They must do away with material goods and wealth. February 13th, 1915. When a First Sentinel dies, his eldest son succeeds him. If the First Sentinel had no sons, there can be no new First Sentinel until another is chosen by the universe to fulfill the ancient prophecy. Alright. November 23rd, 1915. In case of twins, there can be 2 First Sentinels. Hang on. Isn't one of them a second Sentinel? June 3rd, 1939. Sin is no longer to be met with punishment but compassion. That feels like a big change of pace. November 24th, 1940. The first true Sentinel, First Sentinel Nagasi, will live forever. Now, I don't think you can just I don't think that's how rules work. I don't think that's how law works, is that you're like, I've decided that dead person's actually still alive. Let me look at this place. Let me look in this medicine cabinet. Oh, there's a lot of medicine. Let me look at this It's a toothbrush. And a straight razor. And a mouthwash. And antiemetics. Avoid alcohol during usage period prescribed by Dr. Jolene Jolene Presney. And we got homeopathic solution number 104, Moondrift, as prescribed by Rallo Krish. These names are all available. Calm and Restore Moisturizer. Ingredients: clear jojoba oil, jasmine petal paste. Okay. Alright, let me look at this vent. Just kidding, not a vent. It's a weird, complicated document that's also a calendar. Zacula says, I was scootering so I couldn't type, but why would a vampire child subsist on wine and not like the one thing vampires are known to subsist on? Well, Zacula, I've got great news for you. There's a video called Resonance Science Theater 3000 that won't adequately answer any of your questions because it's based on my research into one of the most confusing video game stories in all time. But it will give you an overview of the game Resonance of Fate, that'll be nice for you. You'll enjoy that. Okay, so hang on. Friday is the day of rest. It is the pink day. Dedicants Nosy, Raffelli, and Tranta. Excellent work lately. The universe will surely reward you. Boys, I expect the same output from you as from any other dedicant. Raise your standards, idiot. Definitely more confusing than a Metal Gear storyline. I think that's true. They're definitely, like, in conversation with each other, though, right? Okay, everyone has been assigned chores based on their initials, so this entire wall is basically just EE, but, like, insert various combinations of letters. Unfortunately, none of these seems to be MQ to incorporate Margaret Qualley again, because I want that. I want that on it. I just would like that. Me, personally, I'd be interested in that. Okay. Yeah, we're going to revisit this. This is not a thing we're doing now. Okay, hold on. The goat is missing. I think the goat lived here. Newcomer's Handbook. Gardening duties continue. Evening. During the evening, you may rest. Serve everyone their own leftovers from the previous evening's meal. God, that actually sounds like an incredible hassle in a world that doesn't have presumably like Tupperware or like a fridge to be like, these are your old food. Afternoon. During the afternoon fast, you may take time off to meditate or study. Evening. Cook, bless, and serve a hearty yet simple meal of spiced rice. Asterisk. When setting the table, remember the longer a dedicant has been there, the closer to the first sentinel's end of the table they have to honor. Oh god, it's the beds for the homeless people again. Yeah. Uh-huh. Alright. Let me look at this plant. It's a mint plant. Let me look at this plant. It's a jasmine plant. And this one, it's a chili plant. Okay. Let me look at this. It's the kitchen, I guess. Let me look at the kitchen book. Make your rice twice as nice. Wild mix. Mint leaves, mustard seeds, whole. Coriander seeds, whole. Fresh mix. Mint leaves, chili powder, mustard seeds, ground. Ground type. Immune to electricity. By adding your choice of spice. Oh, that reads across the page? What lunatic formatted that? Mild mix. Jasmine leaves, coriander seeds, ground. Cumin seeds, ground. Earth mix. Jasmine seeds, jasmine leaves, chili powder, cumin seeds, whole. Wait, the earth mix doesn't have a ground type? These people don't understand the type chart at all. Not doing that yet either. Don't worry about that. We got mustard seeds, coriander, cumin, chili powder, mint, jasmine. Great. Very good. Let's look at the table. Sure. I think that's supposed to help me figure out who sat where, but I think I still need more information about that. Blizzard get. So wait a minute. Let me clarify something, Cotillion. I know that, like, at least when you order through DoorDash, which I haven't done before, I always go to the restaurant for, I don't know, not logistical reasons. But, like, I've pretty much always just, like, ordered standard either, like, one of the current specials or, like, a normal menu item. So, like, you just, like, check you want the chocolate soft serve and they just, like, replace it? Or does the M&M one come with chocolate? Because I think some of them are like that. I know, like, there's like a brownie one I liked last year that like had chocolate soft serve as a default. Definitely more confusing than a Metal Gear Solid. Yeah. DoorDash just comes with. Oh, okay. I have not gotten the M&M one before. In fairness. Zacula, it's more human faces. More definitely human faces to go with those super ordinary names that a person would have. I felt sick after dinner last night, but it passed quickly. That sounds rough, buddy. At first I assumed it must be food poisoning. Then I began vomiting foam. I thought maybe the virus had returned. Nah, it was just Palpatine, somehow or other. Now, though, I finally understand. My body knew something was wrong with First Sentinel Nagasi. I don't think so. Zacula, why are you making sad face? It's a human. You like humans. Zacula, I'm under the impression that you like humans. Is that not true? Okay, First Sentinel Nagasi, scribe of 28 years. I feel it my duty to document this morning's tragic events. By the time I awoke Kwanzaa... I'm not misreading that, right? There's a person named after the holiday but spelled different. Was already laying the table. When I came outside, I saw her knock for First Sentinel Nagasi, but no one answered, so she let herself into his quarters. Yeah, she did. A few moments later, she emerged and told all of us the terrible news. He, too, had fallen ill, but he had died in his sleep. Ori and Koi have now been allowed in to see their father, while the rest of us wait outside. Signed, Gresto. That's a Star Wars character. That's not a regular person. Holidays with a Z. It's also KW as opposed to QU. EE. Have you, for real, never ordered something on DoorDash? Oh, no, you misunderstand, Zacula. I've never ordered Dairy Queen from DoorDash. Partially because a lot of the time I like getting the sundae, and they won't deliver the sundae because it's not, I think, made at the same low temperature that a blizzard is that will sustain the journey to be delivered. But also, DoorDash doesn't, for some reason, permit you to order, at least here. It might be different other places. But, like, it won't let you order, like, the seasonal blizzards, only, like, the classic menu ones and, like, custom-made ones where you, like, add toppings or whatever. Which is fine, but normally I want, like, basically I normally want something that they're not inclined to deliver to me. So I just go there, is what I do. I order DoorDash a reasonable amount. And by that I mean, when I visit my parents, they're really generous and they're like, you should choose food for us to order so that none of us cooks for the holiday. And then, like, a lot of DoorDash happens in a short period of time. And then, like, normally I try to be good about not ordering DoorDash, and instead I just drive to the Little Caesars twice in the same week to eat 2 entire pizzas over 4 days. Do you have any other questions about the insane way that I handle my diet, Zacula? Chat seems to like those. I feel like we're gonna be here a while. It's like a lot of names and stuff. You did tonight and got Blizzard. Did you tell us what Blizzard you got, Demolition? I know you were contemplating it. I don't remember if you mentioned yours the way that I pestered Cotillion into doing. This says, I ordered DoorDash an unreasonable amount, but I've gotten much better at it. I remember when you came to the realization about how much DoorDash you had used, and, like, I'm sorry for the trauma that occurred in that revelation. Please explain your best recipe for us, please. I mean, I feel like my best recipe is raw chicken and egg sauce. It's really simple. You get, like, a chicken breast, and you get some eggs, and you crack the eggs open, and then you pour the egg sauce on the chicken. It's the best one, because it takes, like, no time, and it's full of protein. Reese's with extra Reese's and peanut butter mix in. I do feel like I need them, like, I do feel like I need to finally just, like, start asking them to, like, put peanut butter topping in the Blizzard. For a long time, I didn't think they would let you do that, but, like, it is listed on the DoorDash. And, like, the thing is, I talked about this once, like, the Royal Blizzard, oh my god, it's so intense. The Royal Blizzard is, like, an insane thing for crazy people to order. I tried one once, and I got, like, not the smallest, I got, like, the small as opposed to the mini, and it was like, oh god, like, but, like, the peanut butter topping is, like, my favorite thing on the earth, and so, like, I should find, like, a really basic Blizzard and be like, give me this, but, like, load it up with peanut butter. Wowza. Wowza, what? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying? You're excited about my recipe? Is that what you're saying Zach said, my bank gave me like a Spotify rap style recap at the end of the year, which is an insane thing to do. And under takeout in restaurants, it was $13,000. It is a big number, and I totally understand how you reach that number. Well, I don't know. I mean, that 13,000 is a lot. I'll say that. That is a lot. But, like, I definitely understand how you, like, reach a point where, like, you don't realize how much you've spent on it by just, like, making it part of your routine. And it is... Maybe that's why they send you the annual Unwrapped. Yikes, no thank you, bank. I mean, Zacula learned a lesson. Zacula, would you call that a valuable lesson? Or did the trauma outweigh the value of that lesson? Anyway, it turns out I'm playing a video game. The same thing happened to me. I threw up all foamy after dinner, but then was fine again. You should tell the world about the can eat more. I wonder why only 2 of us seem to have been affected. Perhaps we have unknowingly reached a higher level of empathy than the others, which allowed us to feel the first Sentinel's energy flowing through us in his final moments. By the way, this is really giving me overtones. There was this time when, like, a big group of friends and I, like, went to this, like, Chinese restaurant that was, like, down the street from my, like, old apartment in North Hollywood. Not the one I, like, lived in while I was streaming. Like, I only lived in this apartment, like, before I was streaming. It was, like, pretty close to there. And, like, for some reason, someone was like, oh, yeah, there's this, like, Chinese place called, like, something Dragon. Was it literally just, like, China Dragon or something? And, like, I'm not, like, huge on Chinese food, which I know is a hot take. I've come to, like, appreciate it more than I did when I was younger. But, like, I'm not, it's not my primary jam. There's a nice Chinese place around here I do like. But, like, we just, like, went there one time as, like, a huge group. And, like, we all got, like, a bunch of different stuff. And then, like, we had, like a weekly meeting, like a meetup that happened, like, every Sunday at this point. And this was like a Saturday or a Sunday that we did this. And then, like, we met up the next week. And then, like, one person, like, casually mentioned, like, God, you know, I felt, like, really sick after last time. And, like, all of us were like, oh my God, me too. Like, all of us felt, like, kind of gross and sick after going to this Chinese food place. And so, like, that was enough of a reason never to go back to that place. I think the trauma just about balances the value of the lesson. I think that's a net positive. For me, 8,600 Twitch, 2,300 Uber Eats, 2,200 Google movies. Or Google, movies, phones, 1,800 Amazon. Mostly birthday and holiday. Yeah, that adds up. You also got a loaded house over there, too. I mean, that the volume of Twitch really speaks to the generosity of the one, the only, the individual, the myth, the legend, the demolition. Let me click this last human being. Zagula, I need you to tell me which one of these human beings offended you. You gave me a sad face earlier. I'm really confused because I thought you liked human beings that look like people. You shouldn't feel sick or sad for that matter. You should feel nothing in particular, for he is not gone. His consciousness has simply been redistributed. Now, come on. I've already laid the table. Let's eat breakfast. We don't want last night's leftovers going to waste. Oh, Lord. What a mess. Remember when I ate the mystery meal and it made me sick, and the next time I was presented a mystery meal, instead of learning my lesson, I ate it? In my defense, the second meal did not make me sick. Then I feel like you learned the correct lesson. That is results-oriented thinking, but I don't know what else to take away from that. All of them, literally every single one. Sago, can you at least identify who is your favorite character design that you have noticed in one of these games? Surely there's one of them. My mom said she's glad that we compared notes, so I would avoid going there. At the same time, you know that, like, of my own volition, I probably just, like, wouldn't have gone back to the Chinese food place. Particularly, even if I thought I was the only person who felt like they got sick from it, I'd be like, that's enough reason for me to not go to a particular Chinese food place. Do I have all the words? No, not even close. Well, I'm actually close to all the words, but, like, not remotely close to all the spots, which feels weirder. Where else can I go? I can look at this. Nope, that's the same house. For some reason. Oh, I still haven't gone in here, obviously. Look at this man's skirt. Look at this man's memory symbol tattooed on his head. Absolutely not. No man of his position should ever be made to suffer such an indignity in life or in death. Hold on. Clipboards. Patient history. Pravi Nagasi. Known conditions. Blessed with the mark of the universe, age 25. Destined to live forever. It's terrible news, everyone. Ongoing recommendations. Plenty of sun on face as sign of respect for the fire that marked you. Is this the new bleeding with leeches to cast the devil out of you? Embrace rather than treat the marks with which you have been blessed. Doesn't seem like he's having a great time. You're right, this man does have some type of jowls. It also looks like instead of eyebrows, someone just like stitched fabric into the space over his eyes, which is troubling to behold. Tomorrow might be Lauren's last stream ever. Whoa, really? Might be a 6 to 12 month hiatus. Might be permanent. That's crazy. I mean, even with like her job changes and stuff, has she ever had like a year hiatus? Psycho said my favorite one was the almost normal looking blonde lady from the drive-in theater. I obviously know exactly who you're talking about, which is a testament to the fact that some designs are different than other designs. Think he keeps stuff in his jowls? He'd be foolish not to. Who is this Lauren? Lauren was the game master for Shadowrun Corporate Sins, which was a live streamed actual play Shadowrun experience that was happening on Twitch that my sister and some other individuals did in Seattle years ago, which is how Demolition found my sister and then ultimately ended up here through some impossible to understand circumstance. Wink, nod. And also she's is her title like art director for like Magic the Gathering? She's like an actual like really important figure in like the Magic corporate structure. Art and narrative. Hold on. Copy of notes from previous appointment. Who writes notes like this? Who's like, these are notes from earlier. November 10th, 1940. Symptoms. Foamy vomit. Okay, who's gonna take the low-hanging fruit of the joke that we all love to do? Whose band is it, and what genre of music is Foamy Vomit? Diagnosis. Solar plexus chakra blockage. Obviously. Wait, does that work to the tune of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Solar plexus chakra blockage. Solar plexus chakra blockage. Solar plexus chakra blockage. Turtles in a half shell. Hero power. It does. It does. I'm pleased to report that it does. Not gonna do it now. Why not, Cotillion? Why not? Foamy Vomit is like Britpunk meets nu metal. Okay, so it's Sarah's band. It was very good, Vasco. Thank you. I'm glad that worked out. I didn't really like work it out in my head until I started singing, which was a mistake. Prescription. Homeopathic solution number 104. Notes. All followers also affected. Some are so arrogant as to favor Western medicine. What a cool guy. Is this anyone's favorite character? Let me check his homeopathic notes. Oh, Lord. Like cures like. So the illness, hay fever. The symptom is wet eye. Alternate cause of symptom is onion. Homeopathic cure, treat eye with onion. Oh God, no, thank you. Insomnia, symptom, no sleep. Coffee, symptom, no sleep. Treat no sleep with coffee. If a certain substance normally causes a symptom, homeopathic remedy made from that substance will cure the illness that produces the same symptom. So what I'm hearing is that magic must defeat magic. Lauren Bond, also incredibly talented cosplay costume designer. True. Most or many of her streams have been about like costume construction. I think she does also do gaming, but that was like that's like a big part of it, yeah. Anyone remember Foamy the Squirrel? Context, please. Context check. Hold on. Let me read about extreme dilution. Homeopathic remedies are made by repeatedly diluting active ingredient until not a single speck remains, just water. I am not sure that is anything. That might be nothing. Let me look at a bucket filled with vomit. They got me again. At least it's not a close-up. Okay, hold on. Equipment must be washed in pure alcohol between tests to remove contaminants. So the yellow guy is the Western doctor, I'm gathering? Only the Squirtle was like a mid-2000s early internet animation with super edgy comedy featuring mean-spirited animated squirrel. That sounds like the mid-2000s. I don't think I've heard of this. However, from what everyone here has told me, it sounds like the virus you all had a couple weeks ago is going around again. Surprising, though. I'd have expected you all to be immune from getting it a second time. It's also strange that Mr. Nagase succumbed to the virus while 2 others caught it, seemed to have shaken it off. We'll need a full autopsy to get to the bottom of this. Patient history: Pravi Nagase, known condition, suffered severe burns as young man, otherwise remarkably fit and healthy. Ongoing recommendations: cover burn areas from direct sunlight. Moisturize burn areas each night before bed. I mean, that is the exact opposite of the homeopathic remedy to a genuinely comedic extent. Like, this guy's like, maybe, like, bandage up the burns and treat them with, like, salves that would help the burns. And the other guy's like, stare at the sun! Only the Squirtle was targeted at teenagers who shopped at Hot Topic. Yeah. But this is legally distinct from, like, Angry Bunny, right? Like, I remember Angry Bunny. I had an Angry Bunny mug that I brought to college because I thought it would exuberate my vibe. And then, much like every other time I've had a mug in my life, I'm like, I don't really have a need for mugs because I don't drink coffee or tea. Okay, and then your second note. Copy of notes from previous appointment. Symptoms: foamy vomit. Diagnosis: antipivirus. Antiemetics, fluids, and rest. All followers also affected. Some insist on taking Quack's medicine. Lol, they hate each other. And then they kiss. So this is probably also important, right? Guy on fire, waterfall. Guy like meditating on fire. The water becomes a hula dancer. The water is gone. And he has burn on his face. And he looks like this. No, hang on. We've put the symbol for the heritage house or whatever. The specific yin-yang thing on his eyeballs. Also, he has the power of veto on his head.
Did someone say birthday?
Hold on. I wanted to point out that this man is not breathing, but I've been told that someone said birthday. Seriously, I had an Angry Bunny t-shirt and I miss it dearly. That and my Gur hoodie. I would do for those things in my life. I want to say they made a Gur Squishmallow? I feel like I saw that somewhere recently. Is that real? Someone fact check that. I think that's real. Okay, that guy's not breathing. Hold on, let me check this diary in the corner. Friday. Today is my son's 25th birthday, making them the same age I was when I fulfilled the ancient prophecy and took on this mantle. Kwanzaa is concerned that our boys are not worthy of their destinies. I must admit, I am too. Her intuition has developed impressively since she first arrived here, days before the second proclamation. She has become a fine mother. Saturday. Everything is clear now. The waterfall agrees, and the universe has provided a solution that does not contradict any past proclamations. Okay, I'm starting to understand what's happening here. I will reveal the message this evening. Sunday. First thing this morning, before anyone else is awake, I found our stupid goat escaped again. Must have chewed through his rope last night while we were all asleep, as he was definitely there when everyone went to bed yesterday. Also saw they made new hoodies, but they weren't nearly the same quality. In 2026, I bet not. How is this even possible after the Waterfall's proclamation just the other day? How will we go on without him? This guy looks like... This dude legitimately looks like his whole design is to, like, be a caricature of a celebrity I can't identify. Wait, I think Chinchillers has it. Well, let's go right ahead and jot this dude's name as Jeff Boomhauer from King of the Hill. Yeah, I think you might be onto something. Don't you see it? It's as I've been telling everyone for over a year now. Our father never truly understood the Waterfall's proclamations. Clearly, it is his spirit that will survive eternally. Now take this and pass it around to everyone outside. Okay, hold on. Vote, should there be an autopsy? This is like... Has anyone seen Race for Your Life, Charlie Brown? They have this weird running gag about, like, the team that's, like, that consists mainly of, like, the female cast from Charlie Brown, especially, like, the Peanuts universe. And, like, every time something happens, they're like, all right, it is time for the secret ballot. And they, like, go through this whole, like, rote process of, like, distributing the ballots, collecting, and then reading the ballots. And, like, for, like, a lot of the movie, it's like, it's really nice that you want to handle things democratically, but, like, we're literally in, like, rapid, like, running water, and we kind of need to make decisions more quickly than that. And it just feels like the, like, pass around the vote of should there be an autopsy. Like, it feels like a similar vibe. By the way, it turns out that this guy's name is Ori. Of Blind Forest fame, I think, if I understand correctly. Which, if I was paying, like, much closer attention to the, like, hurricane of information provided here, would probably tell me that the other blonde was some specific name that I don't know. I am not certain where to start. This is a nightmare. There is so much going on here. It's a real problem for a guy like me. Now, it turns out that, like, O is not a common initial here. So, I take this to mean that Nagasi is a last name, and that this guy and the dead guy, and presumably the twin brother, who definitely isn't identical, are all Nagasis. But Ori Nagasi is overnight watch on Monday, and water collection on Wednesday. Does he have one in each? No, he does. Yeah, okay. So just washing Tuesday. So is it like an angle? It is. Everyone, yeah, it's like an angle rotation. Okay. Next step. I'm gonna go back to the medicine cabinet. Rallo Krish is definitely the most upsetting man here. And also, like, absolutely a Star Wars character. Tell me that Rallo Krish isn't an extra in Mandalorian and Grogu, huh? Tell me that with a straight face. Okay, and then the Western Doctor, Jolene Prenzi. Oh, I swear we got multiple Vasco singings this stream. I don't know what that's about. No one asked for either of those. I'm not sure anyone deserved either of those. Parentheses, self-insulting. Not that you don't deserve nice things. Echo says his favorite character is Glup Shito. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard that name before. There are quite a lot of upsetting proper names in the Star Wars universe. And, of course, famously, everyone's favorite genre of music from Star Wars is the cantina music. That band plays jizz music. That's correct. That's jizz music. That's simply the proper name for that type of music. I don't know why everyone is laughing. Okay, so let me look at the proclamations. Case of twins. That's an old journal, huh? First sentinel dies, the oldest son succeeds him. the first true Sentinel, Sentinel Legacy. Nope, that doesn't help. Also, it seems unhelpful to list them as Sentinel Legacy, considering that all the family are Legacy. All the Marklars on Marklar are Marklar. This is an insanely complex... This isn't... This, again, it feels... So, like, this chapter starts by saying, like, oh, it's, like, ancient Lemurian stuff. Like, a return, like, what... And, like, it feels like the person who, like, conceived of these scenarios is, like, someone who actually worked on the first game. That being said, these are still, like, way harder than, like, the average, like, main game cases for either game. Either that or an entree at the Star Wars Cafe at Hollywood Studios. Oh, no. I did not love my limited experience trying the Star Wars food there. Again, admittedly limited. There's like a bunch of stuff there I could not be bothered to try. The whole philosophy behind it is just alarming. The longer a Dedekin has been here, the closer to the first Sentinel's end of the table they have the honor of sitting. Do I have a way of knowing what Sentinel 8? I don't know how I would know this. Earth mix, earth mix. Mild mix. So only one person has mild mix and only one person has fresh mix. Does that help me? How does that help me? Taylor says, I think at least the 4th DLC credits some completely different people as having made it, and I'd assume that's the case for the rest of the DLC as well. Might have actually listed all different teams. I would not at all be surprised at each of the DLCs having different teams. Or certainly, like, distinct teams working on different ones. Certainly just between the Mind Scramble cop case and this. It's just, like, wildly different in terms of, like, puzzle design and, like, story concept. Like, they're just very different. Jitters also offers, for me, the best part about DLC 2 and 4 is that they had the same dude return to make the soundtracks who did Case of the Golden Idol. That makes sense. This feels more like the first game. Certainly. That's also good to hear that the Pyro one has that guy, because he did a good job. I like his work, or their work. I don't know who they are. So someone shaved this goat. And I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to care about that. And I just don't know why that's true. So the goat died of foam vomit, but so did the fish, which I didn't notice before. But there's also a glove. Cleaning equipment and water. I feel like I should probably already know who, like, poisoned everyone, but I'm stupid and I don't. And by stupid, I mean really I just haven't been paying attention. There's, like, too many individual facts to absorb. 2 people got sick but didn't die, and someone died. There must be some overlap between the two. That's a good point. But that's sort of... Okay, hang on. There's, like, a bunch of names here, right? First Sentinel scribe for 28 years. I felt it my duty to document this morning's tragic events. By the time I woke, Kwanzaa was already lying on the table. I came outside, I saw her knock for the first Sentinel Legacy, but no one answered. She let herself in. She emerged and told us terrible news. He had fallen ill. Ori and Koi. Okay, so Koi is the other brother who can't deny that when a... I'm blanking on the Sir Mix-a-Lot lyric. I wonder how much it would cost to get a jar of sand from that beach where the goat retired. I like the way you put that. Is it particularly nice sand? I don't know. Maybe not that expensive. So this guy also... This individual is Gresto. And his dumb face looks like this. So that's gross. I think... Same thing happened to me. I threw up all foamy after dinner was fine. I wonder why only 2 of us. I love that none of them thinks about the food, but, you know, different culture, I guess. Shouldn't feel sick or sad. So what day is today? Today is football. This is known. I need to figure out... We don't want last night's leftovers to go to waste. I don't know about that, actually. Maybe we want them to go to waste, specifically. Just a reference to someone trying to sell sand for like $10,000 from the beach where Tom Brady the GOAT retired. That's... I'm not familiar with that meme, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Also, he retired on a beach? Or like retired to a beach, I guess. That's fair. For some reason I was like picturing that as like he held a press conference on a random beach to tell people he was retiring, and then presumably left the press conference on a jet ski. Kwanzaa's concerned. Yeah, so Kwanzaa is the mother of the boys, which makes her like one of the 2 women in the village, which doesn't narrow it down like a crazy amount. If I'm being honest with you, so this lady is on garden duty, and this person is on kitchen duty? This music feels very, like, Zero Escape coded. Here's the thing I'm looking for. What day is today? Is it possible that, like, some of the herbs are bad? No, I mean, like, it's clearly poisoning, right? I'll field this one this time, even though I've asked it like twice myself. Contain asks why it's second scooter time for Zaculet. That's because the commute involves taking a scooter to a subway train to traverse some span of space, and then to take the scooter from the train back to house. 2 separate scooter legs. If you had 2 scooter legs, it would be really difficult to find pants that fit, but you'd go so fast. You know what I mean? Nazi, Raffelli, and Tranta. Who wrote this? Who wrote the purple? Wait, maybe I figure out what day is today by looking at the gardening and figuring out who that person is. Is that viable? EE? Perhaps. We always run the risk of EE being present at any point. It's been so long since I've, like, experienced that's Metal Gear 1, isn't it? Metal Gear Solid 1. Metal Gear is like the NES game or whatever. So one ingredient is common to these that got spiked, right? That's what the cookbook is about? So something... Give me seeds, give me book. So it's either something that overlaps like this one and one of the other pairs, or this one and one of the other pairs. Metal Gear 1 and 2 are something. Definitely products of their time. I mean, like, isn't every Kojima game something? If we're being honest with ourselves. Use chili powder. There's definitely some layer to this that I, like, haven't grasped yet. I don't know where to approach next. Why did we shave the goat? Why did we shave the goat? Oh, I took 7 minutes to reach stage 1. Another 15 for the full effect. Clean equipment in water. So the are the boys the youngest? It seems like the boys are the youngest. I sure would love it if something would just clearly indicate to me which side the main dude sat on. I mean, it seems to me as though the person who's, like, testing this, like, poison has to be, like, the doctor, doesn't it? Like, the Western doctor? Because they have all these, like, photos of, like, civilization in, like, a suitcase and stuff that, like, the rest of the village, like, doesn't seem to have these things. Jane says, you know what I love? I love watching people experience listening to White Rabbit for the first time. White Rabbit? Soup case? Yeah, you know, a soup case. It's a type of luggage that you get at the soup store. You know, the place where you buy all your clothes. Causes a symptom. Who let the goat out? Oh, the song by Jefferson Airplane about Alice in Wonderland. I think I know that one, don't I? Chat, I don't know where to start. Brown, blue. Ah. Okay, so I already suspected this lady was like Kwanzaa, because the way she like talked about like having faith in the husband's spirit persisting, even though it's like kind of like detached. Like no one else seemed to have like a really like front door emotional response, but she has blue eyes and the kids have blue eyes and like no one else does. So like I think that she is Kwanzaa, which helps. I mean, I don't know how different their culture is. I'm gonna assume that she has the family name because we haven't established a different precedent, so I think that's it. Who let the goats out? It unbelievably the second time we've referenced that song, I think this weekend. Wasn't the other one yesterday? These are aliens from the cage. These are regular human beings. These are just normal men. They're innocent men. So, Rallo, Krish, Raffelli we haven't done, Nosy, Tranta, Nagasi we've used plentifully, Kwanzaa, Orikoi, Gresto, Ravi we haven't used. Anya. Okay. No, this is good. That should be good enough. Let's look at the roster. Uh-huh. So, first name G, Gresto, is paired with a last name N. Gresto Nosy. Okay. QR. So it's not Nagasi. She's Raffelli. KN, Koinagasi. PN. That means this lady is Ravi Nosy? Are they married? Probably married. And then what does that leave me with? No, there should be there should be an AT, right? Wait, who's AT? Wait, wait. No, wait, probably is him. He's PN. And he's already Nosy. And this is Anya Tranta. Okay. Okay. Progress. It's midnight and we got progress.
Famed naturalist John Muir, huh?
Yeah, help me out. These names are really hard. We may not have covered everyone. Tranta Maple Leaves.
Sybil Pandemic, licensed psychotherapist.
These people are definitely normal human beings. Like Sybil Pandemic. She's normal and also a licensed therapist. Oh, I still like man, we got so many we got like a bunch of like really high quality names from Techno Babylon. Even like it was like shockingly mid. I always forget, like, what was the fancy woman who had like too many names that he was just like, so Sabrina something something. Are we on the first DLC? No, we're on the second DLC. If we complete this tonight, as I hope to do, I think we will be halfway through the second DLC.
Origami killer.
You think the origami killer could have poisoned these people? Okay, so... Okay, wait. Now we know that the person who's doing gardening is AT. And if she's doing that today, that means that yesterday, when everyone ate, it was Sunday, which meant that this guy was in the kitchen. Okay.
Dr. Adam Baxter, convicted murderer?
That's one of the good Techno Babylon ones I was thinking about. Dr. Adam Baxter, convicted murderer. Said so relatively casually. I was just playing with a friend back now.
His name
welcome
is
back,
Vivian
Echo.
Twilight. Amame Doi. She works at Sunfish Pocket.
I'm working on names in the game and trying to understand them, so chat's helping me out if you're curious, Neko. We're not current. I haven't checked any of these recent names to see if they're available for Cotillion to rename himself, or anyone else in chat who's interested.
Fashionable DT man.
That's a type. You have to earn that. You don't just become the fashionable DT man. So a tricky thing about this is, like, I feel like there's an implication that, like, one of the ingredients is, like, sullied in some way. But, like, it's hard to know how far in advance I'm supposed to be, like, investigating that to be a true statement. If that makes any sense. It doesn't. Shut up. Hey, wait, if no one does any chores on the day of rest, like, how does anything get done? He says, dreading Sunday. Were any of these prescriptions dietary? Path Solution 104. The virus from a couple weeks ago came around again. I expect you all to be immune. Streams that he succumbed to the virus when the two others have shaken it off. Homeopathic Solution 104. I'm looking at Homeopathic Solution 104. Moondrift. I feel like that's nothing. Is Moondrift something? It feels like it's not. Oh. Wait. Blue and like orange. Yeah. The only place to get Moondrift is like in the shady spot where they shaved that goat. What's going on with the bald man in the tutu? He's awful. He's a homeopathic doctor who, well, so like this guy, this patient of his, like has burns from like an incident when he was younger. And like this guy's like ongoing recommendations are like sun your face every day as respect for fire, and then like embrace heat on your face. Hey, another dog. Yeah, I mean basically this is what a dog is like, right? Said whoever had like art approval on like the first DLC. They're like, this is. I think this is the. Is this a pigeon? Jasmine petal paste. Jasmine petal paste. So the moisturizer was provided by the Western doctor, right? Because it's moisturizer, and the other guy wants nothing to do with that. God, I'm absolutely missing like something important here. After dinner was fine. I wonder why only 2 of us were affected. It's dumb. Anything in the scroll I care about? Once was already laying the table. So our knock for the first sentinel. Months later, she emerged and told us he had fallen ill and died. They didn't allow him to see the father while the rest of us wait outside. So, listen. This guy is a scribe of 28 years. Which means he has to have been there since the very beginning. Which means that in turn... God, there's like 3 other locks here. I'm going to explode. I so badly just want to know where this man sat for dinner. I'm too stupid to figure it out. It has to be one end or the other. Like, the way this is described, like, he can't be, you know, a relative far end, right? He has to be, like, the far end. Or wait, no, am I misinterpreting this? The longer Dedekin has been here, the closer to the first Sentinel's... No, end of the table. Regrettably, it doesn't indicate to me, like, what the rule is for, like, being on the same or opposite side of the table is, or how that's assigned. I mean, that's all fine and good, but like this doesn't indicate to me like which end of the table we start setting at. Am I missing something obvious that makes that obvious? So someone like... Well, the goat probably like ate a bunch of the grass, huh? But like clearly like someone came here... And they didn't untie the goat. They cut the goat free. Does it still have like rope on it? It does. I mean, it could be this guy. He has some tools that could arguably cut rope, even if they're not efficient or particularly well suited to that. And our stupid goat escaped again. Also, so Sunday. Yeah, that makes sense. His last entry being Sunday makes sense. Today is my son's 25th birthday. So like 3 years after he became the guy? Does that line up with the decree? It sure does. Okay. I was concerned our boys are not worthy of their destinies. I admit I am too. Her intuition has developed impressively since she first arrived here days before the second proclamation. Wait, what? Wait, no, wait, what? Okay, hear me out. Oh god, I forgot I could zoom. I made it so big! Wait, hold on. Zacula, are you here? Does it help if I do this? Does this improve the situation? You keep giving me sad face when I like have any art from the video game I've been playing on the screen. If I make it really big, is it better? You can see like more detail when I do that. It seems like this must be an improvement. It doesn't make the text bigger. Sad face, no. I'm trying to help you, Zacula, and I don't understand how to do it. Help me to help you. Okay, so hold on. Seats. Names. For the sake of argumente, I'm going to say we just put Dude McDetterson on the left. And then for the sake of sorting stuff, Gresto's super old. Wife here for a while. Not sure when, like, Anita showed up. Not sure how to sort the twins. I'm kind of thinking they're just on the opposite side of the table, though. But is that true? Because the two people who got sick and didn't die probably have the same meal type, which would be these idiots. Gresto and, like, Anita or whatever. So in that case, did they come here at the same time? And his wife arrived with the second proclamation, and I'm not really going to worry about the logistics of that right now, even though it doesn't make sense to me. But then how do you sort the sons out? I mean, I'm going to level it. I'm going to brute force it. Okay, neither of those is correct. So, the dude has been here since 1912. His wife got here slightly before February of 1915. Okay, so this proclamation doesn't actually have anything to do with the kid. But the one after, which is 9 months after she arrived, does. Which means that they were born in November, so their slot 3. But how does that work? It works because, yes, it's backwards. The head honcho guy is here, and then this guy is close, and then the wife, and then the twins, and then the lady. And it doesn't matter which twin you put where because they have the same meal? No, it does matter. Wait, why does it matter which is which? They have the same meal. What is the distinction of across the table or on the same side? I haven't seen anything that explains that. But I did solve that all by myself with my handsome thought process, which is incredible. Hey, wait, the icon for the kitchen is the same icon that Zacula keeps using to express his feelings about the artwork in this game. Isn't that interesting? Which recipes caused the sickness and which didn't? I mean, that should be easy enough, yeah? So the wild mix is Big Frown. And the mild mix is Frown. And therefore, now it's time to work this out. What be contaminated? Mint leaves. It's the coriander seeds, which I don't remember which ones those. It's the one. It's this one. He died. No. Oh wait. No, wait, what? People got sick from 3 different meals. Wait. Wait. What? How does that work? It's her, and him, and him. But it's not her. And this is correct. The game says so. How does it work? Also, I can't imagine that there's something that's common to all 3 of those, huh? So what on earth am I missing here? I don't think there's been any talk of, like, someone switching meals or anything. Can I just say, like, I legitimately think that this and the speech thing are, like, a vast improvement over, like, a lot of the game. Like, they really feel, like, much closer to Case of the Golden Idol reasoning. Can I just say, though, that, like, if this display is horizontal, this display should probably be horizontal so that I know which end the first sentinel goes on. Like, I'm not aware of a reason why that information is, like, concealed from me. It doesn't seem worthwhile. Leftovers from the previous meal. Cook, bless, and serve spiced rice. Setting the table, yeah. I mean, what? What am I missing? Chat, how is it that... So, the first Sentinel wasn't poisoned. Not through the food. For some reason, food poisoning happened separately from, I assume, the moisturizer being poisoned? So in that case... Mild mix happy face. Mild mix fresh mix bad. Common ingredient. Wait. 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 That doesn't work either. They have completely distinct ingredients. What? How is this not more straightforward? I even looked at this like super small window. Blank blank died of blank blank because someone put blank blank in the blank. You know what this game makes me wish? It makes me wish that I had the stupid jingle from, like, Match Game 76 on my Stream Deck. I feel like I'd get in trouble for that, though. When they, like, when the guy, like, reads the question and the panelists all start, like, thinking about it and writing it down, there's, like, a little tune. Oh, well, I gotta figure something out here. I mean, if the poisoning was related only to something internal, it would be the jasmine. But jasmine isn't common to the two. In fact, jasmine's only one of the three that could potentially be affected. The spring. Ice cream skincare razor. Well, the village guy has a razor too. The book says 7 minutes to reach stage 1, another 15 for the full effect. Ready to proceed. Maybe it was his spirit that will survive. I think that Ori killed his father. I don't know if he was working with the Western doctor guy, but he's voting that there shouldn't be an autopsy, and the proclamations give the brothers the most to gain. Oh no, wait, hang on. Oh yeah, they both become First Sentinel. I'm not sure I understand what happened in June of 1939. Nor do I recall what happened in the vote at 1330. I mean, this suitcase has to be the doctor's, right? Need a full autopsy to get to the bottom of this. But I mean, if someone was working with the doctor, well, I don't know, I guess the doctor could just lie about the findings, right? But then why would it matter to vote that it doesn't happen? Like, there has to be a presumption that the doctor would give incriminating information, or it wouldn't matter if we do an autopsy at all. In order for this guy to care about there being an autopsy, it has to incriminate him, yeah? And, like, the brother's, like, emotionally distraught, so I don't think he's, like, in on it. I think it's just this guy, not Boomhauer. Ori and the Blind Forest. I suppose it is their goat, right? Why did we shave the goat? Why did we shave the goat? For what reason did we shave the goat? This suggests that this is a contact poison, right? Because we didn't feed the goat anything. We applied something to this area. And the reason we shaved the goat is to make sure that it was direct contact to the skin and that would cause death. And the fish died as a result of after test clean equipment and water. So whatever the equipment precisely was, they cleaned it in the water, and it had a lethal effect on the fish. But again, this implies that it was the face cream that caused the death, the moisturizer. Do I know what jojoba oil is? Interesting. The gin, though. The pills that the Western doctor gave say avoid using alcohol usage. So is it possible? Well, no, that wouldn't really explain the fish, right? If it had to be a combination of, like, ingesting those pills and the alcohol, like, that just wouldn't explain the fish at all. Jojoba oil is, like, a real thing? Well, the reason I ask is, like, do you know what it looks like? Do I have some reason to think it's, like, a plant out here? Like, it doesn't seem like it's any of the plants in, like, the communal garden. Just want to say this has been quite the trip. How so, Demolition? In that this game is, like, 4 trillion hours long if you play both games back-to-back and aren't smart enough to figure out who shaved the goat. In fairness, I actually do think I know who shaved the goat. No, give me the names. Ravi Nagasi died of... I don't think it's food poisoning, though. This part of the song is like so Zero Scapegoat. It's really comical. Jojoba plant has large green fruits. Jojoba oil is amber colored, completely safe. Well, that's again. I'm not making the assumption that the jojoba oil itself is dangerous, but like someone spiked something with something bad. It might tell me something about who did it or how it happened to know what the thing looks like, but it doesn't seem like it's anyone around here. I guess it could be the... Is there a way that it could be related to the jasmine? So Sunday was the last day that the guy was alive. And gardening was done by the guy who I think killed him. So he could have put something in the jasmine, but the problem with that is the kitchen thing still doesn't make sense to me. Because if we compare the seats to the kitchen, which recipes caused sickness and which didn't? The people who felt sick are guy who died, this guy, and this lady. But like they have 3 different meals, and at minimum the 2 I need to have a common explanation for, the fresh mix and mild mix, they just don't have any common ingredients. Now, it's possible that, like, this mention of cleaning the tools has something to do with the contamination. But why would we need to bring, like, cooking supplies from the village to test? This suitcase is so confusing. Who would have this and why? I don't think we have any evidence that suggests either of the twins, like, went to the big city. This is a toxin that seeps... Okay, so Nego just rejoining us. So Nego, this goat dog, someone shaved the square off this goat dog. It's got no fur there. And I asked myself, why? Why you shaved the goat? And the best I can figure, the goat died of foam vomit. which is the same thing that killed the main guy in question. So my interpretation of this, together with this book, which is like, took 7 minutes to reach stage 1, another 15 for the full effect. Like, conclusion, the method works to proceed following test. I think someone brought this goat out here to test some kind of, like, dermatologically acting toxic thing. Which is part of why I think that the moisturizer is, like, a likely culprit here. Ooh! What if... Yes! Yes! The contaminated item is the mortar and pestle. Because these recipes don't have common ingredients, but they have a common preparation. The goat died because someone misused the goat. They... It's not like the goat died. Okay, the goat died because someone blanked blank. Oh, blank into a blank. Using the blank and then put it on the blank's blank. Okay, hold on. Goat's belly. I think. I don't think skin is one of these. Belly, I think, is sufficient. Someone... It's gotta be... round... Jasmine? Oh, that's not... That ain't it. Using the mortar and pestle. But what actually... Because someone had a lot of goats. Yeah, that's a good point, Katane. Someone probably felt like they just had so many goats they could afford to, like, misuse this goat. I mean, they clearly ground something with the mortar and pestle. Oh! Yeah. Ground. Goat. Right. The goat doesn't care about the jasmine. What does the goat care about? The goat cares about whatever's actually lethal. Ground sinners into a paste. He ground forever into a paste. Yikes forever. Ground... Medicine? Moondrift. Is it who prescribed the moondrift? Rallo Krish. Which ridiculous person is that? The homeopathic guy. And what does he think homeopathic... Right, what does he think homeopathic solutions do? So he...
I'll use this knife.
Prescribed something for bad skin that's bad for skin, because magic must defeat magic. And it is a remedy for the burn. So, yeah, I think it's the moondrift. Yeah. So, Pravi Nagasi died of not food poisoning, though. The guy was, like, testing... He just didn't... I think he just didn't clean it enough? When he put the irritant in there? Got the temptation to fill all the boxes with knife. I've complained about this a few times. There's been a couple puzzles where, like, one of these, like, gold brown words or whatever is, like, the word something or nothing. And, like, to me, that's, like, the ultimate temptation. Is, like, if you just fill all the spaces with something, you can't technically be wrong. Does someone put... This part of the song keeps freaking me out. It's so Zero's game. Pravi Nagasi died of nothing, right? I mean, that's kind of, oh, it's that game I can never remember the name of. It's coded like, what the heck is that called? Like, something berry, Mr. The weird, like, Winnie the Pooh storybook thing where you, like, plug in words and it, like, changes the story and you have to go back, like... If you just plug in he died of nothing, it's like, oh, that character didn't die now. Does someone put... Is the word petal? Jasmine paste? No, the reason he died is because they put Moondrift seeds? I wonder if it's something in the moisturizer. In the... not the moisturizer. Well... homeopathic poisoning. That's... it's an interesting way of thinking about it. I don't think that's technically correct. I think what we're angling for is that the same mortar and pestle was contaminated that was used to make those two meals that, like, was also used to make the jasmine petal paste for the moisturizer. And the reason I say that I don't think it's food poisoning is because when we look at the seats, right? He had the same meal as this woman who said she had no adverse reaction. It's a really awkward sentence. Yeah, maybe Moondrift poisoning? Maybe that's the correct way to think of it. Because someone put... Moondrift petals? Seeds? Do I know what? Oh, it's petals because they've harvested them and left the seeds. It's petals. Don't I have petals? Am I crazy? I thought I had petals. Let's see them. I guess it's seed. Yeah, Moondrift is this. It's this blue plant. So I thought we were going for petals because, like, look over here. These plants with, like, the same stems, they're missing the blue part and they've left the red behind. Am I crazy, though? Like, I'm not seeing... Goat Pond Valley, Wild Sinners, Forever, Alcohol, Homeopathic Medicine, Moondrift, Moisturizer, Mint, Chili, Coriander, Cumin, Mustard... I mean, seeds? It doesn't seem like it's seeds, but if I don't have petals, then it's seeds, right? We'll call them poplars. Died of... vomit poisoning? It's not food poisoning, right? Because he didn't... I think that tells me one word is wrong, right? Yeah, that tells me that one word is wrong. Moondrift... It's not alcohol poisoning, is it? He seems to have died from the reaction to the Moondrift. There is... Equipment must be washed in pure alcohol between tests to remove all contaminants. But it's not his instruments. Also, I think the sun did it. This is the type of thing that gets frustrating in this game where it's like, well, I mean, I don't know. I guess I can't say I have a clear picture because, like... Although, also, I feel like the answer is supposed to be, like, Moondrift petals. So, like, it feels like the game's kind of juking me in that way. Alcohol, homeopathic. I mean, you know what? I'll try Neko's homeopathic poisoning. No. Okay. So that means it is Moondrift poisoning. Someone put... Yeah. So it's... Moondrift... Does it want moisturizer? It might want moisturizer here, even though I feel like that's not... What does that tell me? What does that tell me? Put Moondrift seeds in the goat. You hate to see it. God, if it's medicine, I'll be really mad about it. Okay. The moisturizer, like, technically makes sense, even though I think the implication is that, like, it wasn't necessarily intentional. Like, it seems like genuine, like, contamination and not, like, a plot. But, like, I think that someone needed to make paste out of jasmine for the moisturizer. And as a result, they used the mortar and pestle that had been contaminated here. Although they did, like, wash it out and kill the fish, but I guess you needed to sterilize it more than that because it's such a strong reaction. Paste instead of seeds because you don't have petals. You could be right about that. It's an annoying technicality, and I do feel like it should just have petals, but you might be right about that. In the mortar and pestle? In the moisturizer? Okay. Good call. Although, again, I feel like the answer is just supposed to be petals. I feel like they framed everything so it's just petals, and if they gave me petals, it'd be fine. But also, it's just, like, kind of pedantic because it's, like, it's all part of the same process, and it's just, like, a fiddly way to describe it. That's, like, not the first way that comes to mind. Okay, so, on Saturday, blank blank announced that he would blank blank. Later on, Later, while on blank duty, blank blank took a blank to the blank for a blank. After it was done, blank blank blanked the blank in the blank, but not with blank. Therefore, when the blank was used to prepare Sunday's dinner, it made people sick. That night, blank blank used the blank, leading to his death. Alright, well that's easy enough. Moisturizer. Pravinagasi. Orinagasi. I think this is also Orinagasi. I think the top one's probably Pravinagasi too, I believe. We'll circle back to that. Blank is such a mess. I mean, there's no telling what Blank will do next, right? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy what Blank gets up to on a Saturday night. He would... Okay, I think I know what that's saying, and that's dumb as heck. Give me a minute, though. Later while on, that's... what are we calling that? It's gardening duty, right? Yeah. Orinagasi on gardening duty took a goat to the river? Pond? To the ladle? To the... oh, pond. There it is. Pond. Took a goat to the pond for a... experiment or test? Homeopathic moisturizer milk. Pin ladle knife. For a poisoning. For a classic poisoning. Wow, I do not know what word... I do not know what word I think that is. Am I missing something again? Is it for a poisoning? Did he just intend to just kill the goat because he's a jerk? This is the goat's favorite activity. I hadn't considered that. Anyway, after it was done, Orinagasi blanked the... So he washed the mortar and pestle in the pond, but not with alcohol. Therefore, when the mortar and pestle was used to prepare Sunday's dinner, it made people sick. And these first blanks are literally that Pravi declared that he would live forever, like the day before he died. Hubris! Now what, I mean, is it for a poisoning? No, wait, the word test is here. Wait, why is that wrong? Pravinagasi announced that he would live forever. I'm reasonably convinced that is correct. The waterfall agrees, and the universe has provided a solution that does not contradict... No, wait, this is not the... Friday, my son's 25th birthday, making them the same age when I fulfilled the ancient prophecy. The waterfall agrees. The universe has provided a solution that does not contradict past proclamations. I will reveal the message this evening. That evening is Saturday evening. 25 years ago, the twins were born. That corresponds. They were born on November 23rd, 1915. So 25 years ago. Like almost exactly, like a weird amount. Now they're saying he will live forever. So that's right? Like that's correct? Then while on gardening duty, Warren Agassi took a goat to the pond for a test. I mean, I feel like that's the best fit. Am I crazy? For a virus. For a poison a snake. For a mint. After dinner mint. I'll put test back in there. He took the mortar and pestle to the pond for a test instead of... Oh. But why did he bring... Maybe. It would mean that there's still at least 2 other things wrong, though, which would be weird. So... Is it possible there are 2 different people doing this? He took a blank to the blank for a blank. It could still be Tess. It's definitely pond. I definitely feel like it's washed the mortar and pestle in the pond because it killed the fish. Don't think it would be something other than alcohol, right? But I don't think it can be... I mean, I think one of these could be wrong, and maybe like one other detail, like whatever specific thing it wants here, like that would make it more than 2. But so like the thing is... No, wait. I suppose it could be someone else. But, like, what duty is it that's, like, testing plants, if not gardening? Where he does... Oh, you're right. Where he doesn't have... I'm thinking of this as Saturday, but you're right. It's not Sunday at start of the week. So fixate on him because he would possibly be the heir, but if it's an accident, that's not the point, right? Wait, no, that can't be right. No, that doesn't make sense. Because if Pravi Agassi did it to himself, which is technically plausible, then what's the deal with the goat? Oh no, he found the goat. He didn't take it there deliberately. But then why did he why would he shave the goat? No, but I don't think it's not an intentional homicide. The whole thing is an accident. It's just contamination. I don't think anyone willfully killed the first sentinel. But if we consider... If we say that PN is the one who was on gardening duty... I mean, is there like goat duty? Like, I can understand how he had to find the goat because it's his goat, and he just like brought it with him to do what he was gonna do. But then, like, why did he shave and test the goat? Like, someone, like, deliberately tested the goat. And it feels more likely that that's, like, one of the sons. And he didn't find the goat until Sunday. The goat is some kind of red herring. If we're saying that everything relevant went down on Saturday, no, that's not true. Someone deliberately took the goat to test it, but that means that it can't have been Pravi, because it doesn't make any sense for him to, like, do something that would cause his own death, but then lie in his journal. Like, that doesn't track. So, like, he couldn't have deliberately taken the goat to test it. It has to be someone else. But the question is, I was assuming it was garden duty because it was ingredients, and then I just didn't sort of check myself. But what duty is it? Could be overnight watch. Is there evidence that they were doing some, like... I mean, like, here's where the goat was, so it doesn't seem odd that the hoof prints would be here. And if someone walked the goat off, as I suspect, there's, like, some human footprints also. Wait a minute, though. This guide is a newcomer's handbook. The newest person is, like, Anya Tranta. And she's on gardening duty today. So I guess that's not helpful. She left the beginner's guide there because she's working on it today. No? Wait. Yeah, no. What? No? Sunday is... Yeah, Sunday night. Yeah. So yeah, today she is gardening. So that doesn't help. That's not relevant. So I need to know what... Is it the glove? Is the glove supposed to tell me something? Wait a minute. No, it doesn't help. I had originally assumed that this suitcase came from the doctor because there was, like, a test and it's, like, modern and whatever. And, like, no one, like, obviously looks like these photos. But maybe if Anya came here most recently... It's her suitcase? I'm just thinking that... I guess we're looking at Saturday, huh? So that'd be... She was cooking. That doesn't make sense. So on Saturday... She was cooking... Ori is cleaning. Is this note relevant? The boys aren't doing a good job, but, like, everyone else is. So that means it's probably one of the boys responsible one way or the other, yeah? So is it Koi on overnight watch? It's just not clear to me, like, why Koi is doing it. Or, like, why the suitcase has, like, flapper ladies. Like, Polaroids of flapper ladies in it. Goat was there when everyone went to bed. Goat was there when everyone went to bed. Because he only finds it first thing in the morning and doesn't mention it at night. So yeah, you're right. It's probably overnight watch, which makes it Koi, right? And that explains... I mean, I don't know why he was doing that. It's not gardening. It's overnight watch. Oh. Is the game gonna tell me why Koi was doing that? Like, that's like the biggest mystery in the whole thing, and it's not addressed. Why did Koi test the goat? 2 weeks before the first Sentinel's death, Rallo Krish had prescribed a homeopathic Moondrift solution to treat the Ndipi virus and its main symptom, foamy vomit. Right. Koi theorized, according to the key principles of homeopathy, that Moondrift flower should therefore cause foamy vomit. He wondered if it could be used as a topical poison to kill his father. Wait, what? Wait. Koi was trying to kill his father to take over the role, but the other one was so much more suspicious. No, Pravi's the dad, but Ori and Koi are brothers. I was confused. Every case is like 10,000 names. Don't worry about it. Also, we're unlikely to see them ever. Well, no, that's not true. This is more like the first game. We may see them immediately after this. Not next Friday, though, because next Friday we're not streaming. This bothers me a little bit because, like, I feel like the way they wrote the almost non-existent amount of dialogue that the two brothers had, like, the other one seemed very suspicious to me, and this guy, like, genuinely didn't seem to comprehend what was going on. I mean, it's an accident. Well, I don't know. I guess it's not an accident. He was trying to kill his dad, right? But, like, then why... I guess his notes suggest, and why does this guy have, like, what is the deal with the suitcase? Why isn't it just like a notebook there? Why is there a suitcase full of flapper photos? Like, it's such an unbelievably confounding detail that was, like, really distracting. Like, if you just, like, literally elsewhere in the same case, someone just, like, left their notebook outside. He could have done the same thing, and then there wouldn't be this confusion as to, like, why he's got a suitcase full of gin and flapper photos. They tried to treat a virus with a foamy vomit plant. Yeah, the homeopathic, like, I don't know what to call him. The homeopathic doctor for the community has, like, a whole book on his person that's like, yeah, so the way homeopathic medicine works is that if something gives you a negative symptom and you experience that same symptom naturally from some affliction, then you use the bad thing that you shouldn't do on the bad thing that happened to you, and they cancel out. So, like, if your eyes are watery, you should take concentrated onion because onion makes your eyes water. It's dumb as heck. It's obviously stupid. It's an incredibly dumb premise for the mystery. But, like, so much of this was really, like, interesting to puzzle out, and, like, a fairly non-artificial difficulty. But then for some reason, like, right at the goal line, they, like, throw this bizarre curveball and this, like, enormous red herring that, like, doesn't seem like it's answered by anything in the case for, like, no valid reason. It's really bizarre. It feels like it completely doesn't match, like, the rest of what's going on. It's very annoying. Okay, I guess I'll click the radio because it shouldn't be a puzzle. You're listening to MU Today with me, Gorali Poma. The names are all so fake. Our top story this morning: the king has announced plans to step down from royal duties following mounting pressure from the clergy and public. In a statement, Tikor Palace said King Orant would relinquish power to his son, Prince Lutri, at an official ceremony on Wednesday. Why are we hopping around in time again? The announcement follows days of unrest in which crowds have taken to the streets to protest the king's recent solstice speech, which centered around plans to westernize Lemuria. So they got him to record an incriminating speech and then killed him, and then also had a recording of him saying, like, nah, I guess I won't be the king anymore. I think is what we're saying. Cool. Triangle pizza prevails. Nobody thinks this is sus. I mean, we have the benefit of living in 2026 where, like, these sort of things happen and we're aware of it, and it's like, that's, like, obviously shady, and just the people supporting the people in power are like, yeah, look over there, shiny object. Why not at least go with opposites? If you're already foamy vomiting, the last thing you need is more foamy vomit. No, but Neko, what you don't understand is there's an upper limit to how much you can foamy vomit. What they don't understand is that upper limit is your death. Okay, hold on. The Big Vasco. Main screen. I mean, I just exit the game, huh? Wait. No, the game did crash once. Just not when I was expecting. There's no upper limit if you try hard and believe in yourself. Zacula, I'm going to leave that to you if you want to take your goat to the pond to experiment on it. I wouldn't recommend it. I don't recommend it. And I'm not going to try it myself. That's definitely going to do it for the stream. I definitely was enjoying the latter segments more than the first DLC and most of the game. It's a lot closer to Chapter 4 than the rest. Like, that felt like a big, legitimate puzzle. That was, like, difficult, but we got there. There was some fiddly nonsense. I'm not going to lie about that. But, like, it was within... Maybe I've lowered my bar too much by comparison to the ones that are, like, all ridiculous nonsense, but, like, it was a lot closer to the experience I want out of this game than what DLC 1 and the main game gave me, and that's really the point. We don't need to talk about what Zacula does with his goat. We don't. I'm making it clear for the future authorities that I'm not telling Zacula to do vomit tests on his goat. I'm about ready to call it quits. This is an official reminder, and I will try to post something to the Discord as a reminder closer to the date. But I will not be streaming next weekend because I will be busy doing 4th of July birthday summer vacation shenanigans next weekend. I almost got like a bunch of fun stuff planned. It's gonna be great. Is that a beaver with an eye patch? No, that's Hans the Porky Pirate. Sarah sent him to me. I love him. He's very good. Mostly because he is a pirate and a pun and a porcupine. He's extremely good. But that is your guess. That's a good guess. If you're wondering why Zacula's guessing, you're new here. And the reason for that is because that somewhere among the plush toys I put on display are some number of Squirtles. These secret Squirtles are hidden for a reason, because if you find a Squirtle hidden this way, it will be an omen of good luck for you in the coming days. To celebrate this nonsense, and presumably also my birthday, because my mom is the one who redeemed that, we must... We must dance. Someone said birthday. It was me. I understood halfway through. I'm so desensitized to it actually meaning anything about birthdays anymore that, like, I don't even consider that as the first thing anymore. So yeah, there's Squirtles hidden. If you find them, it's great. It's good luck. You'll love it. It's a good time to have good luck. No, you're good, Zaga. Don't worry about it. It's just, if you're wondering why that was such a struggle for you when it's super obvious, that's why. We've engineered our own chaos. It's okay. So I see Porcupine's very good. Like, once you like know it, you appreciate it, right? Like, I get that it's not obvious, but like once you're like, oh shoot, he's a Porcupine. That rules. Very good. Yeah, any other guests, let me know. There aren't any goats on. I have none goats. I have so few goats. Okay. Is your birthday actually on the 4th? It is not. No. But like I'm pretty sure the legend goes that my birthday is so close to the 4th of July that that was the expected date, but I was early. Okay. So, I see Gengar and Pizzasaurus and Porcupirate and Pirate Crab. Okay, good. Just call all of them dogs like Golden Idol would. You raise a compelling argument. Although Golden Idol does seem to understand what a goat is and also what birds are. So I don't actually know where it draws the line as to like what is in the ominous classification of dog. But we'll start here at the desk because I don't have to get up. Behind Hans the Porcupirate, unfortunately not a Squirtle on this occasion, is Glaceon, which, fun fact, when I ordered like all of those Eevee keychains, the one that they keep trying to get me to review is specifically Glaceon. I don't know why. I don't know why they're like, please help us sell this one in particular. But for Zacula's sake, this is Hans the Porcupirate. He's got his sort of bandana and his delightful little pirate hat. And you can kind of tell he's got quills, although they also look like Mike and Ike's or Sprinkles or something. But like, he's very good. I love him. Also on the desk is Gengar. Gengar, and in fact also Captain Will, who doesn't want to sit up on his own accord. They got Squirtles. Look at that. Little Squirtle guy. And we look behind Kaylee the Friendly Lady Crab. We also have a Squirtle. As does the Pizzasaurus. And the Pizzasaurus absolutely doesn't like to sit up. It's pissing me off. I love the Pizzasaurus, and I like have the hardest time getting it to sit on the shelf. It's making me upset. But yes, that's correct. We found several Squirtles. And in case you're curious, the common factor among these friends is that they have smiles. It's smiling friends. To celebrate the end of Pride Month, all our smiling friends have Squirtles with them. Cool. So, as I said, next weekend is the 3rd and the 4th, yeah, in terms of streaming dates, yeah. So the 3rd and the 4th we're not streaming, barring something unexpected happening. Everything should be normal from the 10th to the foreseeable future. I don't imminently know of anything coming up that changes that schedule. But yeah, so no streams next week. I will endure more suffering and things that we just assume are dogs when we come back on July 10th. Those of you who celebrate Independence Day, I know it's not a particularly good year for it, other than the fact that in America we get that day off. So it's a good time to just not be working. But I hope you have a happy 4th of July. Be safe. Please don't explode your hands or your fingers. You need them to paint your little plastic men. I assume everyone's doing that now. I assume Zacula's got that to catch on and everyone's just doing it now. But yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you. And I hope to see you again soon. Until I do, take care of yourselves and remember that you are
Did someone
awesome.
say birthday?
I suppose someone said birthday.